2, 1.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Championship Sunday at the 2023 Peacock Classic in Waterloo, Iowa. Cadillac XBC lanes. You're looking at practice right now with Carroll University of Waukesha, Wisconsin, and Elmhurst of Elmhurst, Illinois. Andrew Pfeffer here with Mark London, ready to bring you all the action. Let's start out by kind of taking it back to yesterday a little bit. Of course, that kind of sets the scene for where we are today. The team qualifying, as you can see, Newman University of Wichita, Kansas, put up a tremendous performance yesterday, a 7-2 match play record to finish in the #1 seed with 9,829 pins. Upper Iowa in the 2 seeds. That isn't right. They weren't 2-2 in match play. That's my mistake. They were much better than that. I believe they were 7-2. But 9,194 pins. Valparaiso in the 3 seed after a big charge late in the day yesterday, followed by Lewis, Quincy, Augustana, Elmhurst, Carroll, and Illinois Wesleyan. On the individual front, we learned who our all-tournament team will be, and all-tournament MVP Kensley Morris of Newman with 11.08 for 5 games and claiming all-tournament MVP honors. Her teammate Morgan Cooper with 11.03 also on the all-tournament team. You've got Lori Decker from Elmhurst, who we're going to see competing in just a moment here with 10.84. Erica Lohr from Lewis, 10.45. And Lilu Smith from Valparaiso rounding out the 5-person all-tournament team with 10.30. So really everybody who was plus yesterday ends up on the all-tournament team, and you know, we saw some great performances, we'll put it that way, here in our broadcast booth, as I suppose you could call it.
Or as they say in the biz, let's go back upstairs. This is upstairs. So we actually are upstairs. So that's fun. Outstanding play yesterday. Yeah. It was fun to watch that 11:45, to see a team come together and really take charge of the tournament. I think another storyline might be the surprise, sorry for the word, of Upper Iowa University. They were the leaders of day 1. They hung on to second place after a charge of 2 different teams on day 2, and now they are 2 wins away, if they can do it, in 2 best-of-7 Baker system matches. If they can win the first one, they'll assure themselves a place in the title match, whether it be, it could be Newman or either Newman or Upper Iowa will bowl for the title. That's why everybody was pressing to be in the top 2.
Yeah, those top 2 seeds, very important. That charge from Valpo that you talked about, certainly impressive, highlighted by that program high 11:45. Let's show you what that looked like yesterday.
I wouldn't be surprised if she dead flushes this or stones an 8.
Sure. Either way, she's in the high 250s, and
oh yeah,
this is a whale of a game.
So this will be for 11:45 on a strike. Maybe.
Got it. Wow.
The reason I said maybe was it was a little bit left. She moved in, played it smart, moved in because she knew she had room off to the right, but she needed a little more room to the left. So she just got around it just a little bit more. The ball read, but it still got through the mid lane and then made a little stronger finish on the back end. Boom.
So a 259 for Noelle Duty, 11:45.
Outstanding.
Yeah. So 11:45, that actually set a record for their program, for Valparaiso. That's the highest team game in a traditional format in the history of their program. So Valparaiso fans certainly excited about that one.
Absolutely, and it could not have come at a better time. Of course, a better time would be today, but sometimes you need performances like that to get to today. And hopefully they're all mentally ready. They're all on an even keel upstairs, so then they can just go out and throw the ball, watch the ball reaction. In fact, that 10th frame we saw from their anchor bowler, our camera position did not do it justice, because where I was sitting directly behind at 24 on the right-hand side of the lane, she had the best reaction of anybody out there, because the ball got into a part of the lane where everybody else had trouble with the friction that was created during the prior matches, that once the ball read the friction too soon, it would jump harshly to the left, which is usually red flag, got to move 10 minutes ago. But in this case, she was able to, with her release and her choice of equipment, go right on top of that bad area, like driving through the icy US 20. I drove on to get here this morning. It wasn't that bad, but my point is, she was able to navigate that successfully, and that's what added to that 11:45 score. It just incredible performance, and I hope that they're not too high off of that from yesterday, because that was their second to last game.
Yep.
And then they were able to still put up a decent score in the final game. But now this is Championship Sunday, and let's see what happens.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the pattern that they're playing on, specifically designed for this particular tournament. A little shorter than last year, but very similar in style, I guess you could say. Anything that strikes you as far as the look of that?
It forces players to play out. I think Coach Billy Murphy of Newman said it best, where they try to have everybody out as long as possible, because with the pattern with as much volume as in the middle of the lane, if you start too far left too soon, the pattern does not develop further along. So if you're playing your game 3 pattern in game 1 starting too far left, the shot does not develop. It gets sloppy, and then you start having to grind out 170.
Yeah.
Versus putting together, 230s and 240s.
Sure.
Because if the pattern develops as it is designed to, then the scores are there. But you have to know where to start.
Yeah, for sure. Where we are starting is on our live stream pair, 23 and 24. You can kind of see off to the lower left. That's Lori Decker, one of our all-tournament team members from Elmhurst. She and her team will take on Carroll University of Waukesha. This is, and tell us where this is at in the bracket, because like you said, off to our right on one of the higher pairs, you've got that match between Upper Iowa and Newman.
Right. This match features the 7 and 8 seeds, Elmhurst being 7, Carroll being 8. And coming up in the we'll have the winner of the Quincy Augustana match versus the winner of the I have to figure out which. Anyway, we'll have a variety of teams on this pair as we progress through the morning.
Sure. We haven't had a Carroll on the pair much during this event, which is really a shame, but better late than never, because that gives me a chance to pull up my file video of Carroll coach Courtney Ermish, who over the summer, did some PWBA bowling at Cedarvale Lanes in Egan. So if you're familiar with the PWBA, you may have seen her out there on tour with some of the other stars of the day.
Absolutely.
Again, these are best of 7 bracket matches. So,
Baker system bracket matches.
Yes, Baker system.
Yeah.
So you've got a bowler, shooting 1st and 6th frame. Another one shooting 2nd and 7th, 3rd and 8th, 4th and 9th, and the anchor player shooting 5th and 10th.
So spares are paramount. Spares, you absolutely have to have them. They can be a morale booster or a morale killer. And everybody's well aware of that. So we're going to have a little bit more volume today from all these teams. Of course, if you're not familiar with what you're about to see, if you've seen the collegiate television finals where they have best of in Baker's system, NCAA has best of 7. So if it's like what's happened before, is if they have a 4-game sweep, the match is over, and it's over an hour and a half early, which drives television producers up the wall. But so be it. That's what NCAA wants. So there you go.
Kaylee Kovacic off to the right that just left that open frame on the washout. 22 through 2 for Carroll as Elmhurst packs a strike with Isabella Roten.
Sure. So Sydney Radaman for Carroll. Going to go after a 2-8 there after a light hit. Radaman is a junior from East Troy, Wisconsin, which is southwest of Milwaukee. And you may remember seeing her in the 2022 event. Meanwhile, on the Elmhurst side, the anchor player, Lori Decker, member of our all-tournament team, shakes them up but can't quite get out the 10. And after that open frame, it'll be an 18-pin lead for Elmhurst in game 1. Lexi Ciesmeyer leaving a 4-7-8. So Decker going cross lane at that 7-pin, just a little too far left, and they'll have 65 through 5, but still holding on to a decent lead, 65-47 over Carroll. That's Emily Glossemeyer from Eagle, Wisconsin, a freshman, hitting that 6th frame strike.
Kovacic hitting the double.
Good place for that, especially after that that opening frame that she's going to want to forget. Well, here's their opening to cut that deficit to 8 pins.
So a ringing 10 for Alexandra Petruncio. So 85 in the 6th for Elmhurst with a spare up in the 7th. Their head coach, Tori Bartolone, certainly has history in college bowling. Came to Elmhurst after a stint at Lincoln Memorial University in Tennessee.
And Elmhurst, a fairly young program with maybe a less than 10-year history.
Both of these programs.
Yes.
Very young. And there's Laura Glossemeyer saying, "Let's go Pio," cheering on her Carroll Pioneers. Timely spare there for Groton in the 8th. 104 through 7 with that spare up in the 8th. And Carroll is going to have to punch out here and hope for some help because Elmhurst, with 2 frames to go, has got a pretty big lead.
Elmhurst lead could be as much as 26 pins heading into the 10th frame.
And a 2-10 split for Autumn Callady, junior from Chicago. As Lexi Seesmeyer answers with a strike in the 10th. 118 through 9 with that strike up, a possible 148 if she can get 2 more.
So this 2-8 split not critical at this moment. But she'll give it a run.
Yep, she got 1.
All right, got 131. So they're going to need to fill 18 pins for sure. They would.
Seesmeyer puts that one out to the left, leaves a 1-3-7. So they'll max out at 138, and Decker will basically just need good count to take game 1.
Just an 8 count. So if she's not going to want to try anything tricky here, just get lined up and make the shot. I wouldn't be surprised if Elmhurst puts in a sub for the last 2 if this is a strike. At least for the fill ball on a split. Solid 9. As was said by Billy Walu for years on ABC back in the 60s and 70s, the only true tap in the game. An absolute solid 9. So what happens is the head pin gets hit, pushed back into the 5 before the ball gets there. So the 5 gets chopped off the 9 as the ball makes contact. And the right-hander equivalent would be the solid 8. Just don't ask Randy Peterson about that, okay?
I mean, he embraces that as best he can.
Even, oh, well, yeah. Even though it happened 30 years ago.
And a miss on the 9, but
Well,
it'll be enough. 140 to 138, and Elmhurst takes a 1-0 lead in this best-of-7 affair. So the ladies will switch lanes for game 2. Hear the cheers down there from the high side, where Upper Iowa and Newman are battling to determine who will end up in our championship match later today. As we wait for game 2 to start here, I'm going to zip over there and see if I can't find out the standing of that match.
and just a reminder, I'm looking at the various cameras here. And there are at least 3 other schools who have their own live stream feeds along social media. So check out their team pages if you care to follow along.
So Newman was the victorious team in game 1. They have a 1-0 lead right now over Upper Iowa.
Did you catch the score?
Nope, it was all I could do
all
just,
gone. Okay.
just to grab Coach DePaul for 1 second. And, you know, it's tough. I don't like disturbing the coaches when they're in the heat of battle.
Oh, sure.
Less is more.
So needless to say, there'll be quite a bit of scoreboard watching today.
All right, Emily Glossemeyer with a 7 count there on the left lane as Madeline Butler pushes one off to the right, leaving a 1-2-5-9.
Just make a simple adjustment. Just move a pinch left with your feet so you hit the head pin light.
And a nice cover from the freshman out of Waterloo, Wisconsin.
Wow.
And the spare to match from Butler. Kaylee Kovacic is going to take aim at a 2-4-8-10. As Alexandra Petrencio goes up high, leaves the 6 pin. Little conversation with Coach Ermish there.
Wonder if she's asking, should she try to make this? It is possible. We've seen, we've seen it a few times in league, and of course it happens on television. But normally you got to have a bigger hook player. Just barely nick the 2 pin, ball will take out the 4 and the 8.
And that one slides past the 3 on the left. So they'll end up with an early deficit, 22-2. And look to catch up in the latter part of their lineup.
6 pin is gone.
This gets enough of the 6, and it's 19 in the first for Elmhurst with that spare up in the second. And strike there from Hannah Bartlett. 7 pin almost stood, but
Looked close.
we got it out of there. Isabella Roten shakes him up. 39-2 with a strike up. And Autumn Callady getting ready to bowl. Sydney Radiman up high, leaves a 4 pin. Hooks just left of Brooklyn, and
She's had a couple of those now.
yeah,
She may need to be a little further right, and allow the lane to guide the ball back to the pocket.
and Radiman pushes it past the 4. So Carroll with 50 through 4, and gonna have to start striking to battle back and get back in this.
And with a spare here on the 3-9. Look out. Oh, got it. All right.
Covers that quite nicely.
So now that gets them at least, so now that's a 19-pin deficit after 4. That you hate to see a hole that early, but
Lexi Seesmeyer crushes the pocket for a strike. You can hear the Upper Iowa faithful trying to will their team on.
That's the men's team rooting them on.
A little bit light for Lori Decker, a 3-5.
I'm kind of surprised Decker's having issue on the fresh pattern.
Yeah.
So often with each successive day, the pattern gets a little bit drier because the house pattern memory is stripped off. It takes, it's not just one trip that takes all that off.
And one of the 2 for Decker, so with a double here, Carroll has a little life in this second game. Kovacic makes it 3 in a row.
A handy ball change. She came almost running back.
And that's great to start building confidence for a freshman going up there in a key situation, hitting 3 in a row for her team in really a crucial Baker match.
Especially after 2 frames that she wishes she could have back.
Sure.
But to make the correction and have a solid strike.
Up high, leading a 4-7 for Bartlett.
So as we have seen, spares will be the issue. Spares are going to be the decider. It's true with high school bowling and college bowling because obviously you're leaving more spares than striking. Now we have Carroll with a 4-7 conversion. as they will now
You got
take a
it.
nice lead.
So Carroll will be up. Heading into their 9th frame. Petruncio off into the left or the right channel. And not a good time for that, as Carroll has marked in their last 4 frames. Here's Sydney Radaman. Light hit, leaving a 2-4-5-10.
Not impossible.
Yeah.
Similar strategy to the 2-4-8-10, hitting the 2-pin, using the 5 as a bumper to shove both of those pins over toward the 10. The ball will take out the 4. With 105 in the 7th, Elmhurst can max out for 195. But a spare by Carroll right here. Nope, gets 1.
And yeah,
That's
just
gonna
gets
be
that 1 out.
151.
Roten crosses over for Elmhurst, leaves just the 5-pin. And a crossover 7-pin for Ciesmeyer.
9 and a shaker. As many of the collegiate bowlers do, they will take the wrist device off to shoot the 7-pin.
And an open frame for Roten in the 8th, so 114 through 8 for Elmhurst. And they still can get to 174, which would be enough to win the match, but they're going to need 4 strikes to get there. And Ciesmeyer pulls it past the 7, so 160 is the total for Carroll. You know, the one thing I find interesting about these Baker matches is because each team is on their own individual lane, they can kind of set their own tempo.
Exactly, and if one team wants to go ahead and post a score, absolutely, why not? That's a strategy that's worked well on the national tour for pushing 60 years now and beyond. And in case you're wondering, the Elmhurst feed is back up on their social media.
Yeah, Elmhurst, one of many of the teams in the field that is streaming their team as they make their way across the house here. Lori Decker will get the 10th frame.
Going to need a strike if they want to win this match. Little
Up
high,
high.
leaves.
That's not going to be enough. They're going to end up falling to Carroll, and this thing's going to be tied at 1 apiece. So with the 138, Carroll takes game 2, and that's going to tie this up at 1 game apiece. Again, a best-of-7 Baker match to determine who moves on in the finals, this championship bracket of the 2023 Peacock Classic.
And looking ahead to our next match, we'll have the winner of Quincy Augustana taking on the loser of the Valparaiso Lewis match going on. On 17 and 18.
That's the freshman Madeline Butler taking aim at a 2-4-10 in the first frame of game 3. And she gets 2 out. So a lineup change here for Coach Ermish and Carroll, as Sydney Radaman will take the leadoff spot. Pushes it right and leaves a 1-2-8. Trincio lets that ball set up right in the pocket and crush a strike.
Nice way to come off that first ball gutter last frame.
So it's an open frame for Carroll, and they'll need to strike in the second to keep pace. Here's the lefty Isabella Roten. Great shot, but it pushed right past the 8. As Roten takes care of that 8 pin, you could hear the cheers of Augustana right to our left here. They're taking on Quincy in their opening match. And back-to-back open frames for Carroll to start this one, so they'll start in a hole of about 12 pins as Autumn Callady takes the 4th for Elmhurst. Buries a strike, and they're in business.
As we get into the 5th frame, Decker up on 23. Looking to build on the 4th frame strike. Much better shot. Throws the messenger. Got out of that one nice and clean. Threw the head pin back into the 7 pin. And that alone can set the tone.
Yeah.
So
Hannah Bartlett with the spare there. So Coach DePaul said that Upper Iowa lost game 2 by 1 pin. So it's a 2-0 lead for Newman in that best-of-7 match.
yeah.
Getting closer and closer to a potential spot in the championship match. Vasic crosses over, leaves a 3 pin. And Petrunccio hits Elmhurst's 4th consecutive strike, and they are getting fired up.
Boy, the way that ball looked the last 15 feet was just outstanding. Just nice and gradual, retained a lot of energy. Was able to not only get to the pocket, but it went through the pins like it knew what it was doing, as the bowler told it to.
Here's Isabella Roten trying to keep the string alive. It goes light, leaves a 3-5-6. And Lexi Seesmeyer shakes him up for a strike in the Carroll 5th. They're going to need to build on that to make a run here in game 3.
Certainly have their work cut out for them, although that open frame in the 8th.
Radaman pushes that out to the right. She's going to have a 1-2-8-9 combination to deal with. And another strike from Elmhurst with Isabella Roten. I'm sorry, Autumn Callady. A spare for Radaman as they put up 76 through 5 with that spare up in the 6th.
Even though Carroll has 4 frames to go, this match could be over on this shot.
Packs the pocket for a strike. Lori Decker, who had the second strike in that string for Elmhurst, has done plenty of that through the course of this event. Again, as an individual finishing in the all-tournament team. She was the 3rd place finisher yesterday.
Nearly averaging 217. And I did that in my head. That's right.
Assistant coach Mason Petrin talking strategy with Kovacic as she takes aim at this 3-9-10.
I think if she uses her strike ball, because it has the bigger back end reaction to it, gets it a little bit, throws it at the 10 pin and allows the lane to hook it back, she may have a really good shot at picking this up.
Decker takes care of that 4-pin combination, 210 for Elmhurst. And with the 2 out, that's going to be enough to take game 3 as Carroll finishes up their last 3 frames. Spare for Hannah Bartlett. I had a nice moment right as I was setting this up as really the entire Illinois Wesleyan team came over and thanked us for helping Olivia Cady during her midlife crisis yesterday as she was trying to avoid a sub-100 game.
I did my best not to mention the Tom Doherty. Don't do a Doherty.
And there's a strike for Kovacic.
But evidently they went back and watched it.
Yep. Yeah. It's good that they were, they were lighthearted about that.
Good sports about it. Yeah. It just, some things just happen.
Mm-hmm.
What's unique about the previous record holder of the low game on TV. For years, he also had the highest game on TV. That our friend Steve Jarris had his 129, and in fact, the building he shot that in almost had a dark cloud over it amongst the league bowlers at Brunswick Zone Deer Park, where I had a shop for 12 years, and I was in the building when Doherty shot that 100 game, and I could feel the black cloud disappear. Where all of a sudden people felt like they could score there.
Yeah.
Don't go to 23-24. That's the TV pair.
Right.
That's where he shot the 129 game. But Jarris took that in with stride. He had a sense of pride about it, that he was able to have the high game. That was at the 129 game was at the 93, I believe, World Open, Brunswick Memorial World Open, also a sponsor of our tournament here. And then he shot, of course, his 300 on TV in 99.
I was going to say, Jarros has had enough success on the tour that the one low game you can kind of laugh about because,
right.
Because he's the winner in the end.
Well, the story about that was, and I had this confirmed by Steve himself, was he used one ball the entire week. And then there was another company with a brand new ball coming out that was throwing some incredibly stupid, I'm not going to mention how much, of an incentive to throw the ball on TV. Well, he did. He got the incentive because he threw it the whole game, but because the incentive was actually at least half of the first place check.
Okay.
And this was early in the resin era.
Okay.
But I'm not going to mention any names or any.
Right.
I know what ball names and I know the dollar amounts, but.
So 210 to 159, the final score of Game 3 here, and that gives Elmhurst a 2-1 lead over Carroll going into Game 4. Sydney Radaman crosses over, leaves just the 9-pin.
I'm kind of curious if you're at this point this early on a Sunday, what does the coaching staff of Carroll do to help get the girls out of this funk that they're in? They're young women. They've obviously been bowling a while, and sometimes you just get in a mental rut where you don't want to get too down on yourself because you have quite a bit of bowling to go.
Sure.
But when things are not going well, speaking of coach motivation, I don't think we're on microphone, but we're in earshot of the Quincy coach who's motivating his team right now to keep their heads up and, keep going.
And not worry about what their opponents are doing,
Yes.
which is sound advice,
Yep.
There's no defense
Yep.
in this. You got to make the good shots on your own and succeed that way. Truncio left that one way out by the left channel. It hooks back, but doesn't quite climb the hill to the head pin as she's
Now,
left with a 1-2-4-8.
I don't know if our viewers were able to see that because it was partially obscured, but she was ready to go, and then she took her hand out of the ball and then readjusted it and then started again. A lot of players will actually put the ball down, go through their pre-shot routine as to not have a total foreign feel of what's going on. You might do it in practice, but if she almost gets the spare.
Tickles the 4, but can't get it down. And that'll be an open frame, giving them 25 through 2. Now Hannah Bartlett for Carroll. A little bit light, 2-4-5-7, as they put up 35 through 2 and try and hang on to that 10-pin lead. Isabella Roten up light, leaving a 3-6-7 on the right.
Well, Carroll has a good shot to get back into this if they can keep sparing. They've left, this is their first multiple pin spare of the game. Although they've had a lot of first balls thrown by bowlers that have gone past the head pin to the right, which is a little unusual.
And Bartlett gets that one a little bit too far in the oil and leaves the 4-pin, so they'll have 44 through 3. And Roten takes the count.
As now we have a kind of a trade of nobody's really sure of how to take charge. They're,
a 10-pin lead,
but it's only
for
it's only 10 pins, so that's
Carroll, yeah.
not bad. But if Carroll wants to get back into this, rather than go down 3-1, now's the time to make a move.
Kaylee Kovacic on the 7-pin.
Nice break there. Could have been a lot worse. Hit the head pin, but it had a nice mix between ball speed and ball rotation, knocking out a potential split. And I'm sure some of the biggest things that coaches have to be concerned with at this stage of a competition is team thinking, like we saw with the Quincy coach addressing his young women about not getting too down and just, throwing the ball and getting spares and not being concerned with the other team. Other teams just kind of get in a funk and they stay there for an hour or two.
Yeah. It's interesting to see the demeanor of the coaches, too, at times like that. Sometimes you get a little good cop, bad cop. Because different people are motivated different ways.
You've got to know who to pat on the back and who to kick in the shorts, I guess.
Lexi Seesmeyer, the lefty, saws out the rack and gives Carroll a 22-pin lead, 64-42.
Early in the match, but still a critical shot for Decker.
Decker up high, leaving a 6-10.
She had a really good day yesterday, but I've noticed some things physically, and as a 35-year pro shop operator, I can pick out stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I've gotten some good practice at that as well. It was ball motion, but if Decker leans over more on a shot, the ball is either going to be way left or way right. Her center of gravity changes. If her core from her head to her waist stays more stable, the shot is on line and she gets the right amount of leverage out of the release. And if she watches her first half hour or so, the first hour of competition, she'll be able to pick out shots, the good shots and the bad shots, and correlate how much leaning there was at the point of release, where if the core is moving, that changes the leverage that you're at as you're releasing the ball, either applying more, applying less, or guiding with the arm.
Meanwhile, Radaman makes her spare, And Decker follows suit.
And which has affected her spare shooting because she's missed spares by a pin spot, which is, you wouldn't think an anchor would do that. Once every once in a while is one thing, but a couple times that's more of the yips. Hopefully not the yips.
Kovacic puts that one left of center, we'll say, leaves a 5-pin. And Madeline Butler.
Horrible break.
Great pocket, flush pocket hit, and just cannot get that 7 out.
Well, as I saw, and I think I read it correctly, she went to Joliet Central, which is part of one of the cradles of high school bowling in Illinois, the greater Chicagoland area. They know how to high school bowl there. One of their big rivals across the DuPage River at Lockport High, they won a few state titles. And Joliet Central has had their share of state qualifiers as well.
And she takes care of the 7-pin, and I'm sure you saw Kovacic on the other lane just tip over the 5.
It fell.
Spare's a spare, right?
It's, let's see, Bo Burton used to call that the 9 degrees, 9 degrees off its axis.
Okay.
I asked him about that once, and he said he actually made it up. But it makes sense. I mean, it's a reasonable number.
Yeah.
In one of my best interviews of all time, I get to talk TV bowling with Bo Burton for 2 hours. That was awesome.
Yeah, I bet.
It was awesome.
All right, so a great break for Hannah Butler on the left, 123 through 7 with that strike up in the 8th. It's going to put some pressure on Elmhurst to get something going here in the late part of the game.
Well, there's a strike.
And they do. Alexandra Petruncio gets him to fall. They're still going to need some strikes to keep pace.
A little slow. She looked she shook her head as soon as she let the ball go, and then on her way back to the ball return. A little right of target, but it was enough to get to the pocket.
That's a big double as far as keeping them on pace to make this a tight finish with Carroll.
Handy spare.
Glossemeyer gets that spare by the slimmest of margins, but
9 degrees, that's it.
they've had 2 of those now, but you know what? Hey, it makes no difference on the sheet. Callady hooks it left of the head pin, leaves a 1-3-6. Uh-oh. As Seesmeyer goes right through the face for a 4-7-10. Getting 2 out of this to give them 169.
Let's do the math here real quick. With a spare here, the max score will be 168. Oh, well.
178.
178, that's right. Well, not now.
Not anymore. Yeah. And so now, with the count the way it is, this is Carroll's game. And this is going to be tied at 2 games apiece.
Mm-hmm. And the noise that you've been hearing off to our right has been Upper Iowa making a run. And it looks like they had a 4-bagger in their next game against Newman.
So Seesmeyer gets the count. It'll be 169 for Carroll, and that'll be enough to take game 4. And this one will be all tied up at 2 games apiece as Lori Decker finishes out the Elmhurst 10th frame.
As now we're going to get an update Decker goes to the right for the spare attempt. 139 is the final. 30-pin margin in game 4 as the match is now best of 7, now even at 2 games apiece. Moving to game number 5 as Andrew Pfeffer is going to return with an update on the Upper Iowa Newman match.
Okay, so it's 3-0 Newman right now. Upper Iowa with 165 through 7. And taking aim at a 7-pin on a flush pocket hit. They couldn't get the 7 out.
Well,
Newman with 143 through 7. A strike up in the 8th. And a split for Morgan Cooper. She takes 2. So Upper Iowa is going to need a strong 9th and 10th frame here to stay alive. There's Madeline Butler on the left, opening game 5 with a 6 count, leaving a 1-2-4-8. And we've essentially got a 3-game match here.
and they're in their 9th frame. I think I'm going to go over and see if I could
Take a look.
see if I can decipher.
I'll
I'll come back with a Tony Kubek report. How's
Sounds
that?
good. I'll hold down the fort. And Butler gets 3 of the 4 as Coach Ermish talks strategy with her Carroll University Pioneers. Again, this one tied at 2 games apiece, so we've got a 3-game match. Our first 1 to 2 is going to move on. Here's Sydney Radiman. That one crosses over, leaving her with a 6-pin. As Alexandra Patrincio hits a strike on the left, following the open. And Elmhurst has 9 in the first with that strike up in the second. There's a spare for Radiman in the first.
Well, it looks like Upper Iowa has won their first. They are still alive. With a strike, it'll be 225 to 199 over Newman in game 4. So that is now a 3-1 hole. But now, let's see if Upper Iowa can keep the big rally going.
As Kaylee Kovacic ends up with a 7-10 on a light pocket hit.
That was a mixer with a very bad break. The 5 and the 4 normally take out one of the 2 pins, but neither happened in this case.
And Broughton misses the 7, so that leaves Elmhurst with 37 through 3. Kovacic shooting at the 10, but putting it in the right channel. And Carroll has 26 in the second frame. There's a strike from Autumn Callady.
I think she has struck every ball she's thrown on that lane. The right lane, not so much.
right, Lori Decker up in the Elmhurst fifth, trying to turn that strike into a double.
Okay. Now, too bad we don't have replay. She dropped herself with her legs on that one. She did not bend over as much. So even though the ball shot was high, she had the right amount of leverage, the right amount of speed and rotation to get the ball down there to carry to create a bigger pocket.
Yeah. And certainly effective tripping out that sixth
That's
pin.
why the legs are important.
And another good break from Madeline Butler.
I know their high school is the Steelman. I would get killed if I forgot that. Just bury me if you know.
Yeah.
But I think it's I don't remember. I think it's the Steel Women is what they call the female-based teams out of Joliet Central. Maybe if anybody's in the chat, we can find out to be sure. Sorry, it's been about 15 years. Well, about 20 years since I've lived there.
So Kovacic gets one of the two in that 5-10 split. They've got 54 through 4. And even though Petruncio pushed that one way left, there's still a healthy lead there for Elmhurst. Lexi Seesmeyer gets the benefit of a great break there.
A very handy strike, timely strike. She didn't think it was that big of a deal, but it is. And that's going to go wide left for 5 and 3. And 118 in the 7th. Much better shot. Getting to the pocket, leaving only a 10-pin. Carol's coach had her off to the side, showing her an alternate place to stand because all of her shots kept going not only at the 3-pin but to the right of the 3-pin, which that part of the lane is not bringing the ball back right now. So she needed to make an adjustment. So
straight on at the 10-pin, and Radaman covers it up. 74 through 5 for Carroll with that spare up in the 6th. On the Elmhurst side, it's Isabella Roten trying to cover up the 7.
And as I'm turning around looking at the Newman Upper Iowa, it's neck and neck right now. It's pretty even after the 4th frame.
Hangs on to pick up that 7, and they've got 118 through 7 with a spare up in the 8th.
That is the volume match of the moment.
Kovacic up high.
Okay.
Leaves a 6-pin.
And there's a point where you want to stay out of trouble. Hits like that definitely help with that. Struck every shot so far on this lane.
Quality.
And there's
Snaps
another
out
one.
That 10, yeah.
Catch my Tony Romo bit there? I called it before it happened. And there's a good spare.
Kovacic right on that 6-pin. So 93 through 6, that spare up in the 7th for Carroll.
Well, if Carroll can get a double here, that would be huge in getting the match to sway their way. Because so far in the first 4 games, neither team has taken 2 matches in a row. It's been alternating one versus the other.
And Decker puts it in the left channel in really a pivotal spot, coming off a strike on the first ball in the 10th frame. Hannah Bartlett with a opportune strike there in the 8th.
That could be a pivotal moment in this match. That very well could be. Especially if Decker cannot spare this full rack.
Hits the pocket, but rings the 7-pin, and it's 166 for Elmhurst in Game 5.
So that means if they keep pace, 20 pins per frame, they can max out at 173.
Up high, but just leaves the 3-pin.
Which means they cannot afford an open here.
Yeah, really, you just spare, strike, spare,
Mm-hmm.
and that's plenty.
As soon as this game concludes, I'm going to buzz over to do some more scoreboard watching. We'll have an almost live update on the Newman Upper Iowa struggle.
And timely spare for Emily Glossemeyer. Coach Ermish giving Lexi Seesmeyer some last-minute advice. And it worked out. She packs the pocket for a strike on the first ball in the 10th, and that'll be enough.
There's your winner.
A little count on.
All she will need is count, and that's
2 balls and
2 pins. That's it.
2 pins.
Let's see what I can find out
All right.
as we switch to our reporter in the field.
And Seesmeyer will get the 2 and then some as Carroll takes Game 5 for their first lead in this best-of-7 match. And missed the 7, but they've got enough. 172, 166. And Carroll University takes a 3-2 lead over Elmhurst as the ladies switch sides and we get ready to take a look at Game 6.
And we have an update from the Upper Iowa Newman match. Newman had the anchor bowler left a solid 9 and then spared and now can throw a fill ball strike for 215.
Okay, that's Kensley Morris, who is our all-tournament MVP.
And Upper Iowa's 4th bowler got a snowplow strike now for that's a 5-bagger, and it looks like they might be able to pull this game out.
And that's Morgan Cooper in the glasses, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep, 2 members of our all-tournament team in this event who helped power Newman to that #1 seed coming into today.
So now if it looks like they're going to need a double in the 10th to push it. Well, not now.
Sydney Radaman shakes out the left side to start out Game 6 with a strike for Carroll.
first ball in the 10th.
Kovacic up high, and she'll go after a 6-pin. As Madeline Butler starts out the game, half pocket, can't get the 7 out, and she'll try and spare that up for Elmhurst. Want to give a big thank you to our sponsors here at the 2023 Peacock Classic: Cedar Valley Sports Commission, Brunswick, and Upper Iowa Bowling. Certainly couldn't have such a great event without their support. And those entities have sponsored both of our tournaments, both Peacock Classics. So a big thank you for supporting the Peacock Classic and NCAA Women's Bowling.
So Newman now moves on after a 5-bagger. The first ball in the 10th was a gutter, and then a solid 10 was left on the spare attempt. So the final game was 215-203. Newman wins that match against Upper Iowa 4-1, and now moves on to the championship match.
So great for them that they'll be in the championship. However, they got to wait now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. They may have a few minutes to decompress a little bit, maybe go to a practice pair.
So meanwhile, a half pocket 10 for Alexandra Petruncio on the right. As Hannah Bartlett, shooting at a 3-pin, misses it. So 37-3 for Carroll, and Elmhurst with a chance to take a lead here. Petruncio takes care of the 10, 9 in the first with a spare in the second. And Isabella Roten coming up for Elmhurst. A little bit light for Glossemeyer, and she leaves a 3-5-7. Great shot at that split, but that 2-pin goes right in front of the 7, and they'll end up with 46-4. I'll tell you what happened there. We're on the same side of a table that isn't bolted down, and we both leaned over to see that shot, and the whole works almost came down on top of us.
Nothing like live on the internet.
That's right. Shot there from Autumn Callady.
Yeah, she figured out the right lane.
Yeah, who's really thrown a lot of strikes.
Threw it a little wider. Yeah. Well, apparently even on the fresh, that the right lane hooks a little bit more.
Up high, Sydney Radiman leaving a 6-7-10. And coming off a strike, the count becomes doubly important.
So we're going to think on the air now.
Okay.
Now for those of you at home, I'm looking at our bracket sheet right now. If I figure this right, Upper Iowa still has a chance to bowl for the title, but they're going to have to bowl one more team.
Yep.
They're going to have to bowl the winner of the Valpo-Lewis match, which is obviously over.
Yep.
And it's going to be Lewis will be Upper Iowa's opponent. And that match will begin as soon as our match is currently in motion.
Great
conclude.
shot at the 6, 7, 10, and
Gave it a great try.
put the 6 right behind the 7. So it's 74 through 6 for Carroll. And Lori Decker up for Elmhurst, trying to double up and get them a lead in game 6. Great shot, saws out the 10, and she lets her teammates know what that's about.
So Upper Iowa and Lewis will bowl on 19 and 20. Meanwhile, Valparaiso will be back here on 23 and 24.
Kaylee Kovacic left of the head pin leaves a 1-3-6. And a light hit for Madeline Butler on the right, leaving a 2-8.
That's it. There you go.
A spare for Kovacic. Good time for that. 74 through 6 with that spare up in the 7th.
As many of the teams that are finished now are snacking up, restoring their energy.
I'm racking my brain to think of something that we could put in those other 2 seats to weigh this table down so that doesn't happen again.
I don't have my. I wish I brought my triple slim rollers.
Right.
Otherwise, we could put those over there, or I could sit over here.
Yeah,
But then
It's
like I need to be in camera view right
better
now.
vantage point from here anyway. All right, Alexandra Petruncio crossing over and snapping out the 5-pin, giving them 99 through 6. The strike in the 7th and taking the lead as Elmhurst looks to tie this thing up at 3 apiece.
And it's looking that way if this 9-10 split is not converted.
That's Hannah Bartlett getting 1 of the 2, so 101 through 8. They're going to need to punch out for 161, and they're going to need some help from their opponents to get through this one. And help is on the way. Isabella Roten just put that in the left channel. So we'll see how Glossemeyer responds. Up high, leaving a 3-pin.
Another high hit, but single pin. So she'll grab her spare ball.
Roten up high on that second shot. Gets a 7 count, so it's 123 through 8. So Carroll with a spare and a double can get up into the 150s with good count on a fill ball. And Elmhurst keep it clean.
Could be in the
take
one.
this game.
Yep.
And that does not help the Carroll cause. 110 through 9, so they'll need all 3 for a 140. And now we're in the kind of territory where Elmhurst just needs some good count in these next 2 frames. Cality hooks it by the head pin, leaving a 1-3-6-10. And Ciesmeyer leaves a 7 on a half pocket hit, so Cality gets 2 of these, that'll wrap it up.
It almost looked like she didn't want to throw that. She got to the foul line and she wanted to stop. I mean, the ball was tremendously further right than the last shot, which was a great strike.
So Ciesmeyer takes care of the 7. And Cality covers the spare. So it'll be Elmhurst winning game 6.
That's the shot she wanted to throw.
And we will have a 7th game to determine this match. Lori Decker, light in the pocket, leaving a 3.569. But this is basically garbage time, as this one's been decided already. We're going to be tied at 3 at the end of this and go into a 7th game to determine the winner between Carroll and Elmhurst.
Nice cover on a never easy spare, the bucket. She's going to throw another strike ball, make a ball change for the fill shot. Just to see what the reaction is. .159 will be Elmhurst's final score on their 3rd win. And now the best of 7 is tied 3 games apiece, as the teams will change lanes for the 7th and deciding game of match D in the bracket, our first round today. We'll try to get a scoreboard update of the matches in progress. Newman defeated Upper Iowa 4-1. Lewis over Valparaiso 4-1. Quincy and Augustana 3-3. As our match here on the live stream pair, 3-3, Elmhurst and Carroll. I saw that the Quincy, no, not, as I'm watching the scoreboard here live, as it changes pages, I'm trying to.
Yeah. While you do that, I'm going to remind folks that, you know, if you're watching live or on replay, please click on the logo on the right side of the page there to subscribe to the channel. It's been a great weekend for me, as about 15 of you have since the start of the event. But yeah, it's free to do. You can be the first to know when we go live, or put up new videos on the channel, Bowling with the Fef, a platform for bowlers of all skill levels to share their stories. And along with live events like this, subscribing to the channel keeps me going with the content. So thank you to those of you who have subscribed, and hoping some more of you will follow suit.
Absolutely. Our scoreboard here in-house is still showing Quincy Augustana 3-3, although there's nobody on the pair right now.
Okay.
So I'm wondering who won that final game.
Hopefully we'll find that out in short order, as this one's all tied up between Elmhurst and Carroll. A Game 7 to decide this match. Here's Alexandra Petruncio on the left. A nice shot, and gets the reward. Taking out the 10, 20 after 1 with that strike in the second.
That is a messenger for those of you scoring at home, yes. Nice slow motion, but still it counts as a messenger. And our other match still in progress between Quincy and Augustana. They're in their 7th game as well. The winner of that match will move over here to our live stream pair against Valparaiso.
And Kovacic takes one of the threes, so it's 25-2. And Carroll will be playing from behind and trying to get back in this game to decide our first match. Isabella Roten up high for a 2-4-7. You know, it's easy for us to sit here and say in the Baker format that every shot really matters, but, you know, when you're down to your last 10 frames,
yep,
you got to think that's weighing on these ladies a little bit more. Roten takes the 2, 4, and 7, 40-2 with that spare up in the third.
And it's hard to believe that the Baker format, the Baker system, has been around for at least 40 years now. It was devised in the early 80s. Collegiate competitions mostly were in conference, where it was like basketball, where you have one team against another. At the host school would have the student union. You'd have the men's team and the women's team bowling 2 or 3 games against each other for X amount of points, and then that was it. There was no weekend. You bowled on a Saturday starting at 10 or 11 and then get done around 3. And you would only have a couple of events during the season that were multi-school inside a huge center. Usually it was the Conference Invitational, where often they would have not only a men's champion and a women's champion, but also a school champion, whichever knocked down more pins. Another event years ago was what was known as ACUI, which was amongst would have various games inside student unions, like billiards and ping pong and darts and things like that. All schools would come together. That's when you would have various, you'd have anywhere up towards of, a dozen to 20 different schools bowling 9 games on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday to see who would. And it was like this: you'd have individual winners and you'd have team winners.
Yeah, I've got some great memories bowling those regional events and 2 national tournaments in Omaha, Nebraska, in ACUI with both UW Eau Claire and UW Milwaukee.
And sectionals were always sectionals was the goal.
Yeah.
That would be like the conference, your NFC, AFC football conference championships, where if you wanted to pronounce yourself good, you had to make it to sectionals.
Glossemeyer takes care of that spare for Carroll as Decker almost gets all 10 to fall, even though that ball was way up on the face. Seesmeyer trying to strike to stay within a pin, and she shakes out that 10 pin.
I wonder if the left side is transitioning a little bit faster than the ladies have anticipated, because there's 3 lefties on this pair, and Decker's had some issues off and on.
Takes care of the 2-pin. So 63 through 4 for Elmhurst with a spare up in the 5th. Meanwhile, Carroll has 62 through 4, but a strike up in the 5th frame. And Sydney Radaman puts it to the right of the head pin. She'll take aim at a 1-2-4.
And in the Quincy Augustana 3-3 match, they are in the 7th frame. Both teams are in the 80s for
Madeline
score.
Butler.
That will probably go down to the last ball.
Madeline Butler with that strike for Elmhurst on the left. They've got 83 through 5 with a strike in the 6th. And Radaman gets all 3. So 82 through 5. And the lead switches hands once again to Elmhurst. Petrincio packs the pocket and turns that strike into a double. Great timing for that. She increases the lead by another 10 sticks. Kovacic, Brooklyn hit, leaves a 9.
Well, this is definitely what Kurt Gowdy used to call seat squirming time for anybody watching. That's high.
Isabella Roten
Ooh.
packs the pocket, sends the 4 around the 7, so
She got that a little bit inside target, but she was able to create hold with that release. But sometimes when there's enough oil on your portion of the lane, not enough to get the corner out. You can get to the pocket, but you're not going to carry. Unlike the second half of yesterday that we saw on this pair, the down and in shot, at least on the left side, straight up the boards is more apt to strike than if it's pointed a little bit at the pocket.
and Kovacic misses the 9, so they'll have 110 through 7 rather. And Roden follows up by missing the 7. So 140 through 8, we've essentially got a tie game. If Carroll can come up with some strikes in the 8th and 9th here.
It might be. Oh,
Hannah
no.
Bartlett, a great shot, but can't take down the 7.
As the Quincy Augustana match is down to the 10th frame.
Autumn Callady,
That
who
one.
opened in the 4th, takes care of business in the 9th.
I'll bet you she wishes she could bowl in that lane all day.
Yeah.
she hasn't missed. I don't think so.
So with a spare here from Carroll, they've still got a shot at 190. But if Decker hits the first strike, that might be all she wrote.
Well, this may be the deciding shot for the Quincy Augustana match. They have a 3-bagger with the fill ball coming up.
Decker hits a strike.
Decker gets that one.
And that might just about do it. The Quincy bowler off to the left that hit that key double in the 10th was Carolina Alvarado, one of the members of the all-tournament team.
There you go. She's up throwing her fill ball.
Along with Decker, the two Newman teammates, Cooper and Morris, and Lilu Smith from Valparaiso.
So Quincy will be the opponent here on our live stream pair, 23 and 24. As this match, Carroll and Elmhurst wraps up.
Decker hits the double in the 10th, and you can hit the last one for 200, but that might be inconsequential at this point. As Elmhurst is going to go on and win this thing 4-3. And a half pocket 7 to give them 199. So Elmhurst takes this best 4 out of 7 bracket match, 4-3, a 199 in game 7, powered by 3 key strikes in the 9th and 10th. As Lexi Seesmeyer finishes things for Carroll. Hard-fought win for Elmhurst as the teams exchange high fives, 199 to 177 in that last game.
You have 3 minutes to move to your next pair for the tournament.
And now it's the race to the next competition pair.
Safety first.
Yeah.
Safety first.
So it's day 3 of competition here at the Peacock Classic at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa. Andrew Pfeffer and Mark London here, bringing you all the action from our live streaming pair. Maybe you can tell us about who's facing who in this next stage of the bracket. We know that Newman has advanced to the championship match, and we'll see that in just a bit here on 23 and 24.
Correct. Coming up on 19 and 20, off to our left, we'll have Upper Iowa and Lewis. The winner of that will take on Newman for the championship. On our live stream pair, Valparaiso with their record 11-45 game yesterday, taking on Quincy, who came off a tough but well-earned 4-3 win against Augustana. The Vikings will take on Elmhurst on 27 and 28 to our right. And we'll have Carroll and Illinois Wesleyan over on 31 and 32.
Here's a look at how those teams qualified after yesterday's events. You had Newman up top, but as you said, Valparaiso with that incredible performance to take
Big charge.
take the 3 spot.
Well, before that last game, they got within 50
Yeah.
of Upper Iowa. So Dr. Nick and everybody else was a little concerned about not getting back to second or losing second place like that.
Sure. So we've got Valparaiso and Quincy here on our live streaming pair for the second best 4 out of 7 bracket match. If you are a fan of Elmhurst and just saw them take their first match 4-3, they are one of many teams in this event that is live streaming their own competition. So if you're interested in seeing their next match, go ahead and search their university name on social media and take a look at their live stream.
Teams, at this time, you may begin your 5 minutes of practice on one lane. At this time, you may begin your 5 minutes of practice.
So 5 minutes of practice
Like the
on
first round, the second round, higher seed does get lane choice for the best 4 out of 7 Team Baker.
So 5 minutes of practice on one side for each of these teams. They'll flop over to the other and do another 5. And then we'll get going in this second match with Quincy out of Quincy, Iowa, and Valparaiso of Indiana. Did I say Iowa? I meant Illinois.
Valparaiso?
No, Quincy.
Illinois. No, you
Illinois.
said Illinois.
Did I? Okay.
Well, they are on the big river, so
Pretty close.
They can see Iowa from
Yeah.
there. Or is that Missouri? No, that's Missouri where they're at.
Sure. As we said before, a couple of these players made our all-tournament team. Lilu Smith, who you'll see on the Valparaiso side, taken 5th in the individual portion of our tournament. Carolina Alvarado just out of the all-tournament team. She actually took 6th yesterday. And a couple of Smith's Valparaiso teammates, Allie Eibel and Noelle Duty, taking 7th and 10th, respectively.
as Valpo continues to warm up. Curious if they're going to notice any differences between the pattern transition, oil pattern transition that they saw yesterday versus what they're seeing right now. They will conclude their same one.
Oh, okay.
It's the same sheet. But we have two now. Was Quincy at all on this pair yesterday? Early?
They were, I think, early on.
First match, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they work out the tournament schedule where
So each
most of the teams hit this pair, if not all of them. They certainly did on Friday. I think Saturday was a day when we didn't have maybe Carroll on this pair.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So.
You know, I mentioned seed squirming earlier. I think Coach Washington's going to go through some seed squirming based on what they did on this pair yesterday.
Sure.
And I'm sure the pattern is a little bit, it's not as worn down as it was, although you've had roughly a game and a half plus almost 2 games of league, 5-person league on, you know, just seven games per lane. So there's a little bit of transition going. There is some transition going on, but we're not going to see the huge blowout dry spot on 24 that we saw yesterday. Now that may develop as the match rolls on, but it seemed, if I were to venture a guess, I would have said probably 5 boards difference between 23 being tighter than 24. Meaning 5 boards on the approach difference with your feet looking at the same relative target. So now the teams will switch lanes. And they'll practice on their other.
And
You may now begin your final 5 minutes of practice.
a big thank you to those of us who are joining us live. If you have a team or a player that you're cheering for, feel free to use the live chat, shout them out. We'd be happy to involve you in the conversation here on the live stream. And if you're watching on replay, leave a comment. Let us know how we did. We also have a couple of different days of competition on the channel that we've live streamed over the course of the weekend. These are the participating teams that you've seen here. And we have Friday and Saturday coverage in replay form here on the channel. And you can get to them with any of these links, bit.ly/2023 Peacock, and then your day of choice to relive the competition from Friday or Saturday. You'll also find a playlist on the Bowling with the Fef channel that includes post-game interviews with Aubrey Kittle from Upper Iowa and Upper Iowa head coach Nicole DePaul after their performance on Friday, as well as an interview with Newman head coach Billy Murphy after Saturday's competition.
And those of you watching, don't be afraid to ask us questions, especially because I've gotten a little bit technical. I don't mind doing that. I've been doing that for a number of years because I have to have done that. So, there are things that we're able to see because we're essentially sitting behind lane 24. So we have a direct view of that. Meanwhile, our camera is based off of above the ball return directly behind the pair, but you cannot see either 23 or 24 straight down the lane. So we're able to see things here live that you may not be able to at home. So in case both teams are feeling out the pair, throwing shots in different parts of the lane, getting their ideal reaction in tune, getting the right ball in their hand. As both teams get 5 minutes on each of their starting lanes. Once again, our lane assignments for the matches. Newman will be bowling on 17 and 18 unopposed. Bowling their 4 games. Upper Iowa and Lewis battling for the second spot in the tournament finals over on 19 and 20. Valparaiso and Augustana here on 23 and 24. Quincy versus Elmhurst on 27 and 28 to our right. And Carroll will be opposing Illinois Wesleyan on 31 and 32. Thank you for watching the action here at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa. The 2023 Upper Iowa Peacock Classic, brought to you by Brunswick and the Cedar Valley Sports Commission. Thanks to them for sponsoring the event again this year.
At this time, practice is now over.
Funny how I timed that. Boy, I tell you,
Practice play. Good luck.
well, that was some back timing. I tell you that. That's years of being a disc jockey. Having hit the network news at exactly the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Well, of course, back in the day, it was, getting, especially if you carried Paul Harvey live, you had to, you would hear about it if you missed it.
Oh, yeah.
If you didn't turn up the volume at just the right moment.
Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to miss the rest of the story.
Or even in the afternoon, speaking of sports, with the one and only Howard Cowsell.
Oh, yeah.
I was just thinking, he's one of the few announcers that never did bowling, thank God.
Yeah.
But the announcer I would have loved to have heard do bowling, I don't think he ever did, was Vin Scully.
Oh, that would have been good.
That would have been wonderful.
Yeah.
That would have been lovely.
Isn't it interesting that, one of the most famous sequences in bowling broadcasting, Pete Weber's U.S. Open win with the Who Do You Think You Are, I Am, has Gary Thorne,
Right.
who didn't normally call bowling,
Right.
just in there at that moment. And
Yeah, he was there for a segment of a year.
but he definitely knew when not to speak, and that that made that little clip.
But the guy who really knows his PBA history is Dave Lamont.
Oh, yeah.
Diamond Dave. Dave, if you're watching, we got you. Because he I wrote a piece for Snow Throwing about the 50th anniversary of the Don Johnson 299 game. Talked to him, talked to Bill Spigner, breaking down the last shot, and talked to, of course, Jimmy Johnson, who's been more than kind in his comments to me over the years. And when Dave talks about if he does a show, if he does the TFC show this year, he will say this is one of the sports meccas. He grew up watching the tour with Chris and Billy and Chris and Bo on ABC, so he gets the history. He gets what Riviera Lanes means in PBA lore. So, in fact, he and Carolyn Doran-Ballard about 10 years ago in the U.S. Open had probably what I call a perfect telecast, where they fed off each other. There were no the graphics came up as they were supposed to. There were no glitches in the show, and they fed off each other. It was wonderful to watch. Absolutely something I'm jealous I wish I would have been a part of in a perfect telecast.
So 2 frames into our opening match between Valparaiso and Quincy, we've got Alyssa Vasquez, one of the couple of two-handers in our field, shooting at a 6'10", and takes care of it. They've got 8 in the first, that's spare up, and Valparaiso has 8 in the first and a spare up to match.
And it's always interesting watching a two-hander, a right-handed, right-sided two-hander throw at a 10-pin. Do you throw a backup? Because a lot of them naturally get the hand around the ball in what us old people call counterclockwise, or turning to the left to make the ball not react.
Kendall Stark will have the 9-pin there to deal with. And Isabella Palomaro taking just the 4 off the 4-9. Pushes it past the 9, so they'll have 36 through 3, a 1-pin lead over Valparaiso with Jen Patz.
Ooh.
Half pocket hit, took the 7 out, but not the 10. Sometimes it's tougher to identify these players because the Quincy players have their jersey numbers on the right, and it's the opposite for Valparaiso. And Pats takes care of the 10, tries to fire up the rest of their team. Noelle Duty will take the 5th for the Beacons.
Well, it's on the sleeve for television. But since we don't have a camera on the approach, it's a little harder to tell.
Tegan McAuliffe gets one of the 2, that 5-7 split. They've got 45 through 4. And Duty wraps the 6 around the 10.
There's that nice smooth arc we saw yesterday that conquered the right lane that nobody else could hit. And
Carolina Alvarado up high, leaving a 2-4-7-8.
And if you want to go back and watch something really impressive, watch Duty's game during that 11:45. Just ideal ball reaction.
And a little to the left of the 10-pin. They've got 63 through 5, and that'll give Quincy a chance to get up there, make this spare, and take the lead. Alvarado takes care of the spare. Didn't really draw it up that way, but it worked out.
Sometimes the pins fell funny, you know?
That's right. Now Lilu Smith, our 5th place finisher individually yesterday, up light, leaves the 3-pin. Takes care of that spare without a problem. So the lead switches back to Valparaiso with Ali Eibel.
I think that right lane is going to be a problem again. I see that spot development starting to rear its ugly head.
Where snaps out the 10 to follow up Smith's spare with a strike, 83 through 6 with that strike up in the 7th.
If you use the word snap, you have to use the word dime. Snap the dime.
Up high for Vasquez, leaving a 4-7 7.
Definitely a Chicago thing.
Right.
Snap the dime.
Isabella Palomaro collapses the bucket and turns that strike into a double. Palomaro, one of a few Valparaiso ladies who bowled in the inaugural event as well as this weekend, obviously.
You know, I'd be curious to ask some of our two-handers who their role models are on tour.
Sure.
I would think Jason Belmonte, probably Anthony Simonson, and I'd like to ask if they've tried throwing a backup ball like Anthony Simonson can. I'm not afraid to say he's a short of stature. He's not 6 foot, but what the guy can do with a ball is just incredible.
As versatile as the day is long.
To see what he's done at this stage of his career is pretty much unprecedented.
Pats takes down the 6-10. 131 through 8 with that spare up in the 9th. Oh, and a nice cover
Nice
by
spare.
Stark on the
Very
6-8.
nice. Well, now they have an outside chance, but with Duty up.
Held pocket. Gives them 151 in the 9th with that strike up. Possible 181 if Duty can finish with the next 2. Meanwhile, Tegan McAuliffe, a little bit light, leaves a 2-pin.
I was just about to say before that shot was thrown on 24 that all Duty would need is a spare, but now she can, if she wants to make an adjustment, she can. We got to read.
Wraps the 6 around the 10.
I thought she moved a little bit left, maybe a board, just to see.
Yeah.
Because bowlers, as they get better, know the lanes change. But a key skill is not only anticipating, but knowing when the transition is going to happen, when it's time to move. Because you hear bowlers all the time talking about, I missed the transition there. I should have moved like 2 frames before. Well, yeah, that just comes from years and years of practice and many, many balls down the lane in competition.
So Valparaiso finishes with 170. That's going to be enough to take game one. And they will take that 1-0 lead into game two after Alvarado finishes the Quincy 10th frame.
I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with the left-handers here. Very, very basic, very fundamentally sound, well-schooled. They throw it well. Tremendous. I mean, we've seen, what, 2 messengers already? That's...
It's 138 for Quincy in that first game, and we move on to game two as the ladies switch over to their opposite lane. Alvarado, one of the individuals who finished top 10, 6th yesterday, and Lilu Smith, the other lefty on our pair, the 5th place finisher and part of our all-tournament team. Smith takes care of the 9-pin and gives Valparaiso an early lead. Alyssa Vasquez connects. Light hit for Allie Eibel on the right, leaving just the 7-pin. Pinfall you see off to the left is the match between the host program, Upper Iowa University, and Lewis University of Illinois. As Kendall Stark connects with a strike on lane 23, and that's a double for Quincy. Isabella Palomaro leaving a flat 10. They've got 38 through 2 as she takes aim at that corner pin. Oh, what a great break for Tegan McCall.
Very
light
nice,
hit.
very nice.
And one of those pins twisted around and took down the 4. 3 straight strikes for Quincy. They're in business. Palomaro takes care of the 10. Alvarado, it's the 4th consecutive strike for Quincy. It's a decided momentum switch in this match for sure.
Definitely. Well, maybe that little pep talk, it get kicked in. They survived a tough match, and now they're looking to build on that momentum.
And another strike. So now all 5 Quincy players have connected on this left lane.
They're looking to end this particular game early.
For Jen Patz. So if you're Coach Washington at this point, I mean, obviously the run is on over there on the left. What are you telling your team?
Hang in there. Don't worry. Just stick to the process. Throw your shot. We'll be back over there in a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Duty gets that one left, up high, leaves the 3-10. And Vasquez taking aim at a 5-8. And covers it up. So they'll have 147 through 6. If Valpo can figure this lane out and get some strikes going, they're still in this match. There's time.
Well, I'm surprised Duty moved as far left as she did. I mean, not decent ball roll, but the finish as high as it was on the lane that she actually crushed yesterday. I wonder if she's too far left too soon. I wonder. There's
Kendall Stark comes up light, leaves a 3-5.
Well, hopefully for Quincy, not too much of the air has been let out of the balloon over here. Well, meanwhile, Valpo continues to struggle on this right lane on 24.
Stark gets the spare. They're on pace to be in the 220s. And Smith takes care of that spare. They can still shoot 233.
They can.
223. Tegan McAuliffe wraps the 6 around the 10.
I like that, what I call the power suitcase.
Yeah.
Sure, hand is on the side. It's a basic starting position. But when she comes out of it, she lifts it a little bit harder. She can tell when that thumb comes out.
Well, and she takes care of that 10 pin. Meanwhile, we saw Allie Eibel collapsing the left side. And she's able to get that good, strong roll, medium speed.
Yep.
And in a shot like this, with that kind of roll, you can get the breaks like that. Flat 10 for Palomaro.
I think what might be perplexing them is because the transition really hasn't been heavy duty like we saw yesterday. They're out there, but in the flat 10, they're reading it differently, meaning that, okay, maybe a change of something, we'll get that out. right now the lane's not going to do it for you. It's going to be up to the bowler to make a tweak of a hand position or maybe even a ball change.
So with that strike from Alvarado, Quincy is going to take game 2 and tie this thing up at 1 apiece. Last couple shots, pretty much just superficial, as Quincy can put the finishing touches on a 234 with another strike from Alvarado. So it's 234 for Quincy. As you see the pinfall off to the left. That's the match between Lewis and Upper Iowa. Lewis looks like it's going to be up in the 240s. Upper Iowa has a long string as well. Duty carries the 3rd consecutive strike on the Valparaiso side. They can finish with 191. Pretty respectable effort with 2 opens in that game.
That's not the easiest thing to do, but when you can do it, you're thinking, okay, we dodged a bullet there, but we're now gonna, get back to a lane that we've done well on, and this is gonna be a big confidence boost for Duty when they come back for game 4.
So after a split in the 5th, she really figured out that right lane pretty well. And now it's on to the left as we head into game 3 between these 2 teams. So if I'm reading that right, it looks like 259 to 258 Lewis over Upper Iowa in that particular game.
Yep.
Wow. You got to think that pair's opened up a little bit.
They did do it. We explained that yesterday, the raising of the hands of the 5-pin. If you want to ask what, in case you missed it yesterday, if you don't know what that is, ask us in the chat.
Well, nobody's owing a thing on this pair because both of them made theirs. Here's Allie Eibel on the left, floating that shot a little light in the pocket and coming up with a 2-pin there.
They're too far left.
Yeah.
They're too far left, too soon. That ball, that might have come back on 24, but on 23 right now, no, not a chance.
There's Alyssa Vasquez, the two-hander getting it way out right. Can't climb the hill, and she'll be left to the washout. So an early lead for Valparaiso as Eibel takes care of the 2-pin. They've got 19 in the first with a spare up. And Vasquez with a decent shot at that washout puts the head pin behind the 10, so they'll have 25 through 2. As Isabella Palomaro mixes them up for a strike in the third for Valpo.
So once we get the last matches all computer, we'll have a scoreboard update. Brought to you by Gillette. I was going to say Dutch Masters, but that's that would not be good for college. As you can tell, I'm thinking of NFL today.
Right.
I had their 70s theme song running through my head this morning, and I'm going, all right, yeah, okay. Playoff football, here we go.
Yeah. All right, Kendall Stark gets the 2 out of the 3 on that 4-7-10. They've got 34 through 3. Here's Jen Patz for Valparaiso. Light hit gets him to fall. That's a double.
Okay.
Yeah, with her rev rate, I feel like she's the one who can really kind of take a different angle at this pattern
Yes,
than
yes.
really any of the others on this pair. Tegan McAuliffe leading that 4-7 on a light pocket hit. And Duty pushed it past the break point on that shot, leaving a 1-2-4-10.
I'll bet you she missed it at the bottom.
Yeah.
She had to. Those of you at home saw that. We couldn't.
And 2 out of the 4. So Valparaiso has 91 through 5. Giving Quincy a chance to cut the deficit. And Carolina Alvarado responding with a high pocket strike on the right.
That was closer to second arrow than first. I mean, she's the one that's gone in, but she got it in the right part of the lane and got it to Reed, keeping it fairly straight.
Lilu Smith a little bit light in the pocket, can't take out the 10, so she'll go after that. Covers that without a problem.
Ooh.
Wow. It's one of those rare occurrences where the ball actually touches the pin,
I
but
thought
doesn't put it on its side.
when that started to come back, I thought, that has a chance.
Yeah. Vasquez with a crossover strike, giving Quincy 80 through 6 with that strike up in the 7th. Eibel takes care of the spare in the Valpo 7th. They've got 109 through 6 and a healthy 19-pin lead.
All right, our scoreboard update brought to you by Gillette and the Cedar Valley Sports Commission. Lewis has a 2-0 lead on Upper Iowa, despite a losing effort, 258 in Baker. That's harsh. You shoot that well and can't get the W. Valpo and Quincy here on this pair, a 1-1. Augustana with a 2-0 lead over Elmhurst, and Carroll with a 2-zip lead over Illinois Wesleyan, all in the best-of-7 format.
Tegan McAuliffe with a light crossover hit. Can't quite get that 9 to fall over, and that would have meant a lot.
I thought she did the good thing. She turned her back on it, which usually means it's going to fall.
Yeah.
Because if you watch it, it's going to stand there. But
So 128 through 7 for Valparaiso, a spare up in the 8th. And McAuliffe takes care of the 9-pin. They've got 129 through 8 with a spare up. So Valparaiso with a 19-pin lead. And Jen Patz, boy, she really gets that light hit to work really well. When that ball comes in a little light or half pocket, she's getting good action back there on the
very well executed. Yeah. Great shot.
So Alvarado hits the first strike in the 10th, 149 through 9. Still got 179 up there if she can hit 2 more. But Noelle Duty just keep it clean, and that's a winner.
Let's see what she can do despite that. The last time she was up on this lane, a little better. Kept it in play.
Much better shot.
One more, let's go.
So Valpo was about to take a 2-1 lead after game 3.
A little bit light leaving an 8-pin, but that'll be enough. Valparaiso going to take a 2-1 lead in this best-of-7 match with Quincy.
Getting a mid-game update, game number 3 over in the Upper Iowa Lewis match over on 19 and 20, just off of our camera left. Lewis has had 3 straight opens, 4 total in the first 7 frames. They have 62 in the 6th with a spare up in the 7th. Meanwhile, Upper Iowa has 131 pending a spare in the 8th. And they're about to have 138. So Upper Iowa will be about to have their first win in their best-of-7 to trail 2-1.
So it's 197-178, a Valparaiso win over Quincy in game 3. And Valparaiso with a 2-1 lead as we switch lanes and head into game 4.
And once again, it looks like lane 24 is going to be the pleasant lane. Whoever can figure out 23 today, that's going to be everybody's trouble spot.
Wow. A light hit for Lilu Smith. Those pins came around and took down the 3.
Rolls the 3 pin. I'm sure Coach Washington has had a few of those hits in his career.
Went up high, checked up early, but did not pay the price as the 10-pin falls late.
She's one of the ones who was a little, I think, is still too far left. I mean, it was a lucky hit, and it's a strike, but it's not. It's
Two
not,
of them this game so far.
Yep.
A little bit light for Isabella Palomaro. She's left with a 2-4-5-7-8.
The bucket with an extra dinner roll.
That's tough. That's tough living when you hit the head pin on a double and get 5.
Oh,
that's
it
a nice
fell.
break there. Yeah.
Spare.
So 3 great
5
breaks
count,
for-
spare.
3 great breaks for the Beacons so far. They've got 45 through 2 with a spare up in the 3rd. And Kendall Stark getting the count there on the left. 48 through 3. They're going to have to play from behind for a little bit here. Jen Patz kicks out the 10 to keep that Valparaiso lead intact.
If you happen to notice, the ball got to about 35 to 40 feet, and it made a sudden move. That pattern, that is starting to open up in that part of the lane. And if we go to 7, let's see. Well, whatever. If she finishes on that lane, she's going to throw at least a double.
Noelle Duty, the senior from Tinley Park, Illinois, a little bit light, 2-4-5.
Tinley Park, I'll bet you I know her ball driller. She went to Andrew High School, so could be Al Hardesty at Strike Shop. I don't know. Let me know, Al.
And covers that up nicely. Keeps Valparaiso clean through this 4th game. 85 through 4 with that spare up. As Caroline Alvarado leaves a ringing 7-pin. She'll try to pick that up and encourage her teammates to get back on the strike train here to play catch up. Lilu Smith follows with her 2nd strike of the game. 105 through 5. Valpo rolling so far.
Well,
come on, eyeball.
okay.
Allie Eibel.
Nice
half
little
strike into a
adjustment.
double.
In golf, they call that a three-quarter swing. Slowing it down just a little bit, allowing the ball to read the back of the pattern. Had a nice clean, was nice, gentle to it at the bottom of the swing. Got the good carry.
And you got to feel like with the similarities between Palomaro, who's up now on the right, and Eibel, they could do a pretty good job of reading, off of one another and staying ahead of changes in the pattern and all that.
Very, very solid. She watched you all those years. Either you or Heilemann, right?
Yeah, I was great qualifying.
Come on, you got one of these. You got a couple of these. I know. Don't tell me that.
Jen Pats skates it by the head pin, leaving the 1-2-4-8. Valparaiso with 161 through 7. Strike up in the 8th. And Alyssa Bosca is mixing them up for Quincy. They've got 96 through 6 with that strike up. Still a possible 216 up there.
That's still going to make Valpo work a little bit. Ooh.
That one hooked right past 2 of those pins, so 187 through 9. Duty can double, and then there's nothing Quincy can do about it, but anything less than that, and they've still got a chance.
That's the thing with these flatter patterns. When there's not as much of a puddle in the middle, the ball will not back up. It'll take off once it exits the back of the pattern. Not only do you have to worry about cliffing or over-under side to side, but you also have it front to back. Look out.
Right. Duty kicks out the split. She'll have a 4-7 to shoot at here in the Valpo 10th.
I would hope she would try another ball, or at least making a line change on the fill shot. Because why not? Why not? You may end up with game 6 over there.
Oh. And she won't have a fill shot for that. So 196. Quincy can hit strikes here. And Tegan McCall trips him out. If Alvarado strikes out, that's a tie.
We have, you say it, the Bo Burton phrase,
The
possibility of a tie.
Pocket hit, but couldn't carry out 10. And Valparaiso is going to take a 3-1 lead here.
Well,
not sure what happened off to the left there. Michaela Morgan from Upper Iowa.
I don't know.
Threw a shot.
I don't know if it was.
The sweep dropped.
Of course, somebody mentioned that the famous Mike Flanagan video of 10 years ago at the Lucy. At Palace Lanes in Houston, the former Palace Lanes of Houston, where a guy was going for 300, and the ball got with about 5 foot of the head pin, and the rack dropped. And of course, he titled the video "Horrific Bowling Accident." That was bowling's first viral video. It had 2.5 million hits in the first week.
So 196 for Valparaiso. Alvarado can strike here for 176, but either way, it's going to be a 3-1 lead for Valparaiso going into Game 5.
I think the guy's name was Troy Walker because I named my annual media columns after that.
Okay.
A little more in-depth media analysis of why things are the way they are. Well, if Valpo's going to win, they're going to have to go to the tougher lane of the pair, 23, that everybody has struggled.
We start off Game 5. Kira Humbert crosses over. That 6 didn't look like it was going to fall, and then it did, and then it didn't, and then it fell.
Totally disgusted with the shot, but I tell you what, the double kiss got it.
Clean living.
The Upper Iowa bowler who had the ball hit the sweep on the strike shot came back and stoned a 9. Her look of nausea on the approach has disappeared, and a smirky smile has taken hold.
Vasquez up high, leaves a 4-6-10.
Now Vasquez, I'm surprised she didn't go further left. She could do that.
Allie Eibel can't quite turn the corner there, leaves a 2-4-5.
I wonder if the area they played yesterday, between first and second arrow up front, I wonder if that area is something different about it today. Like it's too speed sensitive. Where if you throw it straight, it's going to it's like bowling on top of an A-frame house. Meaning that if you throw it to the right, it goes toward the gutter or straight. If you throw it a pinch high, it's going to run toward the 7-pin, you know.
And that's an awfully tough place to be. I think you'd want to...
Which might explain why they're further left, playing straighter.
Make a pronounced
it just might be
faded into the pocket. Palomaro crosses over, leaves a 5-pin.
Or those of you that bowled nationals in El Paso in 2015, you saw that bowling on top of an A-frame house. No matter what part of the lane you were in.
That one went way right for Tegan McAuliffe. They'll shoot at a 1-2-7. As Palomaro hooks it past the 5-pin. So 3 consecutive opens for Valparaiso. With a 3-1 lead here. They're hoping to get right so they can finish off this match. And a nice cover from Tegan McAuliffe, 46-3 with that spare up in the 4th.
And right now, Coach Washington explaining to his troops about spare shooting and reading the lane, being smart about it.
Barbara imploring her Valparaiso Beacons to keep it going. We'll see if Jen Pats can hit a strike here and get some momentum back.
Ooh.
Wow. A great shot. The 10 falls, and
I would like to see what she does on a PWBA shot against the gals out there. She's got enough ball to throw out there.
oh yeah.
And that's one thing that's crept into the game since the rebirth in 2014 is the power game. You got to have some revs to compete out there. It's not just the the 70s type game that we saw for years. I mean, they've adapted to some of the things that the guys used too.
Yeah, the way she throws it and kind of flicks the
Boy.
wrist at the end, shades of Verity Crawley maybe.
Or the Weber University release where the follow through goes toward the left shoulder.
All right,
Which is-
so
which
Noel
still-
Duty a little light, 2.458, 2.4578. Great
I
shot.
tell you what, that's
take him down.
as coined by Charlie Tapp, not Randy Peterson, Maple Moxie. Got to give credit where credit is due. That's right, Tapper. Tapioca on the call again. Simply because she's struggling right now,
Yeah.
especially on that lane. And to leave that and then pick it up textbook style, that's,
So Lilu Smith, who tripped out a 3-pin on 24, can't get the same break on 23. And another one who struggled on this left lane, an open frame to start off the game for Valparaiso, and now she'll take aim at that 3-pin. Vasquez a little light, leaves a 4-5.
I'll tell you, I cannot wait to see the two-hander for Upper Iowa. She has,
Michaela Morgan.
yeah, she outstanding form.
We've seen her spend some time in the 4th and 9th frame position as she is right now. We've seen her in the anchor spot, I believe, yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Allie Eibel gets the benefit of great carry on that light hit.
Yep. She played it a little bit left of that area that everybody played yesterday. She got it to float through the back of the pattern and still had enough to throw the crumbler.
Single star crossing over, leaving a 5-pin.
As
And Isabella Palomaro floats that one right. Leaves a 1-2-4-7. So it's a pretty tight game 5 here with Quincy 113 through 7. And Stark shooting at this 5-pin. She's got it. 193 still out there if they can hit the last 4.
And a quick update, looks like Lewis is going to get their 3rd win against Upper Iowa as both bowlers are finishing up the fill ball of the 10th frame. 153 max for Upper Iowa, 175 max for Lewis. So Upper Iowa certainly has its work cut out for them right now. as it got a little bit quieter than quiet in the last 10 minutes over here.
And Palomaro takes 3 off of that spare, so 113 through 8. Meanwhile, Tegan McAuliffe goes up high for a 6-7 in the Quincy 9th. So 140 through 9.
Well,
and this one's going to be tight coming down the stretch, especially if Jen Pats can connect here on the left. That one went way right. Didn't climb the hill. Looked a little fast almost.
She didn't get her. Well, she threw it slower,
Yeah.
and she looked like she tried to throw it more traditionally.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was reading the lane well either.
Right.
Again, that lane playing much tighter than yesterday, and if you project it a little too, you have to keep your angles in front of you. You have to keep everything in front of you.
So Alvarado hits the first strike in the 10th. Pats gets a great break to cover that spare. So if Alvarado strikes here, that's pretty much all she wrote, because Duty would need to go off the sheet for 163.
Well,
All right.
now we're going to go into game 6.
So you kind of lean on that anchor player in a tight spot. And in this case, she really came through.
That's probably why my shoulders slouch. I spent 3.5 years at Anchor for my school. $170 for Quincy as they go up 3-1. So Lewis leads Upper Iowa 3-1. Carroll over Wesleyan 2-1. Wesleyan picking up the win in game 3.
So 170 for Quincy. Will take game 5 here and trim the Valparaiso lead to 3-2.
And wrapping up the scoreboard look. Augustana up 3-0 on Elmhurst. So looking ahead here to the title match, could be interesting. Could see some very unique. We're already seeing some very unique oil pattern transition. So everybody's going to have to be sharp.
170 to 159 in game 5 here, as Valpo hangs on to a 3-2 lead. Kira Humber shakes out the 7 on a light hit.
Well, she didn't like that one either, but they fell.
They fell, yeah.
They all fell.
And Smith matches her with a strike of her own. Yeah, when your back's against the wall, I mean, it's an elimination game just like last one was.
Yeah.
You take what you can get.
Well. Well, Valpo's back on a lane that they did well on. I mean, it seems like who's ever up, after 3 wins when they're up on 24, that's the lane you want to be on.
Vasquez makes it a double with another great break. Ali Eibel matches it. So the first 2 for both of these teams here in Game 6 of our best-of-7 bracket match between Quincy and Valparaiso.
I mean, if you want to go back to a classic match with that, it was with the men's national championship a couple of years ago with St. Ambrose and Wichita State. There was one lane that each match was won on, I think it was the right lane. Each match, each winner. So if the top seed has a choice, I want to finish the odd number of matches on lane 24.
Yeah, because then if it does go 7, you get the extra game there. Jen Pats makes it
Great.
4 in a row.
Now on 23, that same trajectory flutters, and it's week 10. It's week 10 area on a really good shot.
So Kendall Stark leaves an open in the Quincy third. They've got 56 through 3. As Noelle Duty tries to make it 5. And she does. It really seems like when the first couple Valparaiso players get going, the other 3 just take that momentum and run with it.
Setting the table setters.
Yeah.
Setting the table well. And on that last shot, Duty got it to just outside the last hash mark, where on board 10, that hash mark is from 40 to 43 feet on the Brunswick Pro Anvil lane. So that was light swisher territory, so that's where she'll want to be.
Lilu Smith carries a crossover, and they've got the front 6. Julie's showing her support to Valparaiso as Ali Eibel going for 7 in a row. That one got left a little bit high and leaves the 6-10. So 148 through 5. Strike up in the 6th and spare coming for Eibel.
I was going to say, if they had a string through the 9th, I think the match would probably be over. But and Duty, I think, would probably throw at least a double, if not punch out in the 10th. But Eibel got that through her lane 23 shot on 24. If she throws it on 23, it's going to hang a little bit at the back of the pattern and just stick there and almost fall back.
So Carolina Alvarado misses that spare, 83 through 5. And Valparaiso is still in control.
As Valpo is up by several handfuls. So Quincy's going to have to strike right now if they want a chance. She didn't like that one either.
flag that sixth pin. You know, Valparaiso's in that situation like they have been many times before in this match. Just keep it clean and, you know, strike, spare, strike.
Right.
And it's over.
All right, come on, Jen, let's go.
Pats shakes up the left side,
All
gets
right.
the 5 to fall. And now it's basically just count on 2 shots. And Valparaiso is going to walk away with this match.
So the key, once again, is lane 24. Who can conquer 23? Who can at least negate or slow down the tricky carry on 23? Okay. All right, that one, duty
Duty
roll.
and that's going to be all she wrote.
Now that one, Duty got right on top of the 10 board at that hash mark from 40 to 43 feet, and that one high flush. So she's at least got, on these last 2 shots, 2 boards to hit further down the lane. Light shaker 7, 245 with a spare. She took a little bit off that shot. Maybe not on purpose, but she hit the 9 board at the 40-foot mark. .245.
And with that, Valparaiso takes this best of 7 bracket match 4-2 over Quincy. They'll finish things off with Carolina Alvarado.
Yep.
Beacons will be moving on in their quest to try and win this tournament for a 2nd consecutive year. So it's 160 for Quincy, and Valparaiso with a convincing win in that 6th game, 245-160, as Valparaiso takes the match 4-2.
And as the Lewis Upper Iowa match is wrapping up, it looks like Lewis will be moving on to the championship. A very valiant effort by Upper Iowa. This is one of those tournaments where a lot of things happen for them, a lot of good things, and definitely what they call a learning experience. Once you get a lead, it's knowing how to maintain the lead and knowing, once you get into Sunday, how to close it out.
So this is essentially a consolation bracket here. They're not going to be able to make the final. It's either going to be Upper Iowa or Lewis.
Right. And
against Newman for the title. And that'll be here on 23 and 24. So it will not be Valparaiso winning a 2nd consecutive tournament, but certainly a nice effort here to win that match over Quincy. Ladies from Lewis exchanging some high fives.
Jen, Rich got you hot chocolate. I like the hall. The hall.
Coming up after our championship match here, we will have an awards presentation where among those recognized will be the all-tournament team as well as the winners and runners-up of this 2023 Peacock Classic. Earlier on, some of the seniors were recognized here. You can see them in this picture that is unfortunately kind of plopped over our live shot.
In pregame ceremonies.
Yeah.
That was today.
That was today. This was between, well, we'll try that again, between 7 and 8 this morning. You can see a couple of the seniors from Illinois Wesleyan off to the right, Shay Atkins and Olivia Cady in the middle. We've got a couple teammates from Newman. Including Morgan Cooper, who was will be part of the all-tournament team. And Addison Schiffelbein. Noel Duty from Valparaiso. Kira Humbert from Quincy. And Kelsey Olson, the lone senior on the Lewis team.
And congratulations to the seniors, especially those who got through 4 years.
No doubt.
Because sometimes they jump in their junior or senior year, but 4 years with a school, that's usually a memorable chapter of one's bowling career, life.
Hey, listen, I put Jennifer and Sharon in snow pants last night when it was snowing. We threw snowballs.
Let there be light.
Hey, look at that.
We are here live at Cadillac XBC at the conclusion of some of these, I guess you could call them semifinal matches, because we're about to see the championship here on a live stream pair between Newman University of Wichita, Kansas, and Lewis University of Illinois.
Of Romeoville, far south Chicago suburbs.
Yeah. So
North of Crest Hill and Joliet,
okay.
and west of Lockport.
I'm glad you're familiar with all those suburbs because there are a ton of them. if you've
357 for those of you who are counting.
If you've ever been around Chicago, you know there's a lot to remember there. But we're starting to see some of that transition on this championship pair, 23
Yes,
and 24.
yes.
And it's kind of forming a real difference between the two lanes.
The lanes seem to be tighter in the mids and the back end today, although the area on lane 24 is starting to open up a little bit between first and second arrow at the back end of the pattern. 23 is the... I guess you'd have to use the magic 8-ball to really figure out what's the right move at the moment, because it doesn't seem to be favoring any style. Maybe somebody who throws it fairly straight, somebody who can keep the ball in play, minimize the errors, and make sure you get your spares.
Yes.
Keep it to the, just aim for the 3-pin. If you have to, move further right, point it off the corner, throw it at the 3-pin, and pick up your 4-pin,
Sure.
4-pin single pin spare. But
Newman off a dominating performance yesterday, won their opening match with Upper Iowa earlier this morning, and that set them up to be in our championship match today, as the ladies are making their way to their final pair.
Indeed.
For this
The big move.
2023 Peacock Classic. And we will see Lewis versus Newman to decide who's going to walk away the 2023 Peacock Classic champions.
Should be a fun match. Both teams will be curious to see how both teams come out of the gate. I could easily see this one go 7.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw last year. We saw Marion of Wisconsin gain some early momentum against Valparaiso, and Valparaiso just clawed their way back and regained the momentum and finished them off in 7. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. You've got multiple members of the all-tournament team on Newman, a highly ranked program, certainly the highest ranked in our field, going up against Lewis, who just took down Upper Iowa, the host school.
And Upper Iowa's coming off, I don't think they need to hold their heads low at all. They need to hold their heads high, because this has got to be one of their best tournaments from start to finish.
Yeah.
Despite what's happened so far for them today, they've been in every single match. Sometimes the pins just don't fall.
Sure.
But for a young program that hasn't had a win yet, this is their closest shot at one. And I think they're going to be heard from. So
yeah,
they can just build on this, go through the rest of the year, see what happens in their conference roll-off, and hope they can go further into the spring.
It's always memorable to have that big crowd of, the men's team, the families here kind of cheering you on. So, whatever happens from here, you're right. They'll remember this one, if nothing else, for just kind of the fun and the charge you get of competing under those
and
conditions.
you got to figure out what you need to do to get back to that.
You may begin your 5 minutes of warm-up. As a reminder, higher seed does have lane choice in this final bracket round.
So with the higher seed getting their pick of lanes, that will be up to Coach Billy Murphy and Newman to figure out which lane they prefer to start and eventually finish on.
He is getting a good look. He is standing behind lane 22 right now, looking at ball roll in ball reaction.
two programs from the same conference, GLVC, doing battle here to decide a champion.
And thanks to Upper Iowa University for inviting us along, and thanks for inviting me along and on the ride.
It's a great event. I mean, I know it's, this is the second iteration of this tournament. It's a young tournament, but you've got more in the field this year than you do by last year by a team. And Coach DePaul, told us at the end of day one, we hope to get a few more teams in the fold. And I hope by, watching some of our coverage and, maybe hearing word of mouth that happens in 2024.
And I like what Coach Murphy said yesterday in his closing comments to us about loyalty to the conference, because they became an associate member. Upper Iowa became a full member back in the fall, early winter. I think it was October. They became a full member of the conference. So you're looking forward to contributing and making the conference look as strong as possible for years to come.
Sure, you compete with all you've got, against your conference opponents. But when it comes to these events that others in your conference hold, I mean, you've got the proximity, you've got the familiarity with the other teams that you compete with regularly. So it's really a win-win for all of these teams that, certainly from the GLVC and other conferences nearby.
And certainly, they certainly benefited with decent weather. For those of you watching from across the country, this is usually the coldest part of the year up in the southern upper Midwest, where temperatures could be, I'm trying to think, 5 years ago, it got to 30 below. And I can remember living up north in Minnesota in the 80s when they announced that the Metrodome would host the Super Bowl in 1992. That's, mid-January. It's like, oh my gosh, it's the coldest time of year. So, it's, of course, by that time they're cutting out blocks of ice in Lake Phelan and St. Paul for the Winter Carnival. So, yeah, if you're not acclimated to it, it's harder to adapt. But still, great event. I think word of mouth will get around that this is one that you would not mind adding to schedule. So as time goes on, we'll find out what teams are interested for next year. I'm sure Coach DePaul will find out the teams, some of the teams here that will want to come back next year. She may find out before they leave. But that has to be decided among the coaches and, of course, the athletic directors of all these schools. Of course, Coach Murphy's happy that his Chiefs won last night.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah. It wasn't an open and shut case, but.
No. The twisted ankle heard around the world, I guess.
They got it done.
I'm just going to sit back for a moment and watch some of the balls go down the lane from Newman up on, as they've been finishing up their warm-up on 23. They're seeing the same issues that we've watched for the last several hours of balls, especially balls straight up 3, 4, 5 up front, will have a tendency to skate and stay out there. Where if you throw it up 5, 6, 7, it might cross over. So then the adjustment would be surface going in, maybe a little slower speed, maybe, trying to yank one of the holes out of the ball like we used to back in the day to try to make it react.
as we've alluded to a few times before, you've got some players in this match that are part of our all-tournament team.
I think we have 4.
Including Kensley Morris, the anchor player for Newman, Morgan Cooper, her teammate, and Erica Lohr from Lewis, the Sun Prairie, Wisconsin native, who finished 4th overall individually in our event. And then wrapping up that all-tournament team is Lori Decker from Elmhurst and Lilu Smith, both of whom we've seen in previous matches
Yes.
here.
Yes.
So the ladies are practicing for about 4 more minutes, a little shy of 4 more minutes on their starting lane, and it looks like Newman is going to start on lane 24.
Well, this is their warm-up on 24, so I don't know if he's officially decided yet.
Oh. I thought they started on the lane that they warmed up on second. Maybe not. We'll find out soon enough. Those of you watching live, remember we do have a live chat, so feel free to use that to shout out your favorites between these two schools, be it Newman or Lewis or any of the individual players. Leave a comment if you're watching on replay. And be part of the conversation. Big thank you, of course, to our sponsors, the Cedar Valley Sports Commission, Brunswick, and Upper Iowa University Bowling. A great event for the second time here at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa. And it's my pleasure to stream this event live, be on the call with Mark London, and have Todd Cooper in our chat saying go Jets. So he's pulling for the #1 seed Newman Jets as they get ready to take on Lewis University. He also appreciates our commentating, which is nice to hear.
Thanks, Todd. The check is in the mail, brother. And of course, coming up to this center in August, the third week of August, the final 3 tournaments of the 2023 PWBA season. You can catch the action on Bolt On TV with the Pulse, Mike Flanagan, and crew.
At this time, please hold up on your practice.
Details at pwba.com. Peacock.com.
On behalf of the Upper Iowa University Peacocks in Fayette, in Brunswick, and the CBS, we want to say thank you for coming to our tournament this year. This is the final round of the 2022 Peacock Classic. You now can start.
What did she say?
She said 22, but that's okay. It happens.
It's 2022 somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
All right. So, and like clockwork, after I went and said Newman was going to start on 24, it looks as though it's going to be the opposite.
So they will finish the odd number games on 20, finish on 24. They'll start on 23.
Right. We'll get these lanes reset and start things off in our championship match here at the 2023 Peacock Classic. Newman going with Briley Prokish, as they have in the matches we've seen previously on this pair. Starts out with a strike.
Kelsey
countering with Kelsey Olson. Follows suit. Would you have it any other way?
Why not? Great way to start.
Allison Schiffelbein, the lone senior on this Newman squad, makes it a double.
Catherine Savela up on 24 for Lewis with an 8 count.
Carrie Ann Takuchi up high, and it pushed the 6 to the left, but didn't knock it over. Unfortunately, it was far enough off spot that the deck couldn't pick it up, so they'll reset that. How that works is, even though it gets pushed off spot initially, when they reset it, it'll be back on.
It goes on spot, right. Now, Savela had the unusual occurrence of chopping the 2 off the 4 and going from right to left, giving her an open, which appeared to be an optical illusion. Savannah Jordan with the strike.
Jordan was another one who had a pretty nice day individually speaking yesterday. Didn't end up in the all-tournament team, but certainly a great effort. Here's Allison Young on the right. Up high, leaving a 310.
Who went to high school in Romeoville, home of the university.
Takuchi slides by that 6 pin. And kind of cruel irony, because it slid over to the left, she probably makes it if the machine had picked it up.
Right.
right, here's Morgan Cooper on the left, one of 2 Newman Jets on our all-tournament team. Will be recognized after this event. And shakes out the left side of the rack. Get Newman back on track after that open 57-3 with a strike in the 4th, while Lewis has 48 in the 3rd with a spare up. Kensley Morris, our all-tournament MVP, coming up high, leaving the 6 pin.
Erica Lohr, anchor. First shot on 24. Straight up 6-7, leaves the 5 pin.
She's got that high backswing, but is able to kind of bring everything down in the right position and get some good ball roll at the end to carry out her fair share of strikes. And makes quick work of that 5 pin. So it's 67 for Lewis in the 4th with a spare up in the 5th. And Newman hanging on to a 10-pin lead in this first game with Briley Prokish up in the 6th. Up high, leaving just the 9 pin.
Almost carries the popcorn hit.
See if Olsen can strike here and put some pressure on them in the later stages of this game. So, oh, I'm sorry. That was a switch there. That was Deolani Fishback. With a key strike for Lewis. And with the spare from Prokish. Leaves Lewis with a 1-pin lead. Svela up through the nose, leaves a 6-9-10. And here's Addison Schiffelbein.
Catherine Savela up for the spare, the 6-9-10. Cross lane.
It's a good way to go after that kind
Love that roll. That is hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
You have to open the wrist and kind of almost twist it.
Yep.
That's let's see. What bowler on the men's tour did that for 1,000 years? Oh yeah, Norm Duke. He picked up a few spares in his day.
Yeah.
He can spare without using the towel shot, so there you go.
So with that spare from Schiffelbein, 114 through 6, with the spare up in the 7th for Newman.
Savannah Jordan.
7-pin lead. As Savannah Jordan comes up high, leaving a 3-6-10. Carrie Ann Takuchi with a ringing 7-pin on the left.
Now with that area on 24 further right, hooking a little bit, shooting this could be tricky.
She did just the opposite.
She
had
went
more of a traditional release.
Yeah.
And paid the price because
she
that
went
one chopped 3-6.
straight at it because the ball exited the pattern and made a little move to the left.
Takuchi right on that 7-pin. 133 through 7 with a spare up and a 20-pin lead for the Newman Jets with Morgan Cooper coming up in the Newman 9th. Couldn't quite climb the hill, a 2.8 in front of Cooper. And a spare for Allison Young on the Lewis side. So you look ahead here with Erica Lohr coming up in the Lewis 10th. Got a shot at 183, but Newman can double to get their score up above 200. And Cooper takes care of the spare. As we move on to the 10th. Lohr shaking out the left side of the rack for a strike. Kinsley Morris comes up a little high, trips out the 4, not the 6. So a spare here and a strike. We're looking at 190. But Lohr can come up and double and apply a little pressure.
Mackenzie's roll was reading 23. Actually kind of early, almost as though she was on 24. Up high, just a 10-pin. And there's a spare from Morris. So Newman is going to take this first game. Now
so a 189 finish for Newman. Lohr picks up the spare to make it 173 for Lewis. I'm sorry, I cut you off. What were you going to say?
No, the fill shot. I like the one that she threw on 23 that got to the pocket. Didn't quite finish. I think she'll have to maybe change in the set down point, maybe a little bit earlier to get the ball to break another. We're talking 6 inches. That might be enough to get the dime out over there. But let's see what happens to Newman on 24 now.
As we move on to Game 2.
As we have seen all day, yesterday and today, 23 has been the trickier lane so far this day here on Championship Sunday.
Kelsey Olson looking at a 6'10 here as Briley Prokish leads things off for the Jets. Up high, leaving a 310. And a spare for Olson. Prokish just gets the 10. So it's an early lead for Lewis with Catherine Savela taking the Lewis second frame, mixing them up for a strike and building on that early lead.
Well, I don't think anybody would have guessed early. The Jets and the Flyers.
Addison Schiffelbein benefits from a light hit and comes back from that first frame open for Newman. Savannah Jordan up through the nose, leaving a 6-10. And Carrie-Ann Takuchi will have a 3-5-6 to deal with.
She threw that straight up the 3 board, and it just did not read. It didn't. But with the flat pattern, and at least playing as though there's less volume, the throwing it slower is not going to work. Not like it does on the house china of league, where you can move left, grab it a little bit more, loft it a little bit more.
Not quite that simple here as she takes down the stick.
No.
Allison Young up a little light, leaves that 2-8. And Morgan Cooper a little bit light, and she's got the 2-8 with a little company. I would imagine these are pretty tough spares when you have that sleeper pin in there on the left because you got to hook it at it. And not always easy to get the room, but Young takes care of the 2-8. And we'll see if Cooper can do the same with the 2-4-5-8.
As Lewis remains clean after 4.
It's kind of a different approach. It looked like she had like a plastic ball and didn't get it there. So 53 through 4 for Newman. And a 25-pin lead for Lewis.
And Erica Lohr coming up, anchor for Lewis. Her first shot on 23.
Mixes them up for a strike in the 5th, 78 through 4.
Stay behind it.
Strike up.
Up the back of it, around board 8-9 at the arrows.
And a strike to match from Kensley Morris, the all-tournament MVP.
You see that ball roll? Mm-hmm.
Delani Fishbeck.
Whoa.
High hit and
spin to win, baby.
got
Spin to
the
win.
full benefit.
It's not the tilt. It's more you've got to almost top it a little bit, almost spin it off your hand to get it to read in the right spot.
Addison Schiffelbein crosses over. I'm sorry, Briley Prokish crossing over, leaving just the 6-pin.
She's going to have to make a move further right. It's not in that part of the lane. It's almost too straight.
Svela, who had a strike earlier in the
she
now has a big split.
can't quite tell if she grabbed it a little bit, but there was something different about it. It wasn't rolled. She might have caught it a little bit more than she wanted to, which caused it to read at the back of the pattern going a pinch high. Because it looks like the more end-over-end roll is having issues right now. Once it does exit the pattern, it wants to change direction abruptly. Meanwhile, that kind of side-to-side, kind of a loping spin, almost a Mark Roth type spin, that's what's reading the pattern better.
And Svela gets the count. It's 134 through 7. So a slight lead for Lewis. And here's Addison Scheffelbein carrying out the 4 and 7. And they get within 11. Carrie-Ann Takuchi, the lone lefty on this pair. Up a little bit high and leaves the 6.
Just happened to notice the Newman jerseys designed by Chameleon. My good friends, Jeannie Franklin, my publisher, and a family friend, Sandy Charles, who I nicknamed by over the years Mrs. Tom Brady, the real Mrs. Tom Brady, with Chameleon jerseys. They do excellent work.
Allison Young collapses the 4-9 for 154 through the 8th with that strike up. And Cooper follows with a strike for Newman.
Well,
so Lohr gets up here in the 10th with a pretty good shot at evening up this match.
she could go spare strike and win by a pin. The max for Newman, 193.
Up high and leaves a 310. So high pressure situation. Who do you want with the ball in their hand but the all tournament MVP?
Your MVP. It's that roll again. It's enough to get the ball to finish, but it gets it through the front.
Gets that double. And now Laura's going to have to make that split. Half chance.
And worse yet, her ball is stuck in the back right now. She's waiting for it. They've had very few machine calls here over the last 2 days. Machines running very, very well. These Brunswick A2s.
It's the last three. It's 193 for Newman.
Okay. Flora has been hopefully not icing the kicker, but her ball is back.
That's a tough one. I mean, it can happen at any time, but
Well, and now you have to shoot the 310.
yeah.
Shooting it up the right side. Look out. Nope.
And takes one of the two, so it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Newman as we move on to game 3.
And look at the scoreboard for the other ones. Upper Iowa took their first game against Valpo. Quincy 1-0 on Augustana. And Elmhurst defeated Carroll in their first game. All, again, best of 7. Coach Scott Taylor giving words of encouragement to his women's team as they face an early 2-0 deficit.
Here's Briley Prokish for the Newman first.
Okay.
Half pocket hit, leaves a 10. And Kelsey Olson off to the right. And she'll have to deal with a 1-2-10.
Maybe.
Nice shot at
break.
it.
Horrible break. Horrible.
Head pin just right in front of that 10.
And it rattled around and didn't hit the very edge of the flat gutter and didn't get a good bounce.
Yeah. This is our championship match between the Jets of Newman and the Flyers of Lewis. Both these teams got here by defeating Upper Iowa in different bracket matches. Newman, the first of the day, and Lewis, the match right before our championship here. Addison Schiffelbein connects, and Newman's got 20 in the first with that strike up. As Allison Young covers the spare for Newman, or for Lewis rather. Carrie Ann Takuchi with a flat 7.
Nice shot.
Teammate will hand over her plastic spare ball, and she'll go after it. And covers it up. So with the Lewis strike in the third, Newman's looking at a 1-pin lead as we move on to the fourth.
Little lineup switch for Lewis. They have moved Delaney Fishbeck now bowling fourth.
And a half pocket 7 for Cooper.
Allison Young from fourth to second. And I don't know where Savela is in the lineup.
So Deolani Fishbeck will take aim at this 5-pin. tough to see on camera, but when you look at the Newman team kind of standing back here, they seem really loose.
Oh, they are,
mean,
yes, yes.
You know, they're bopping around. They're, you know, they're smiling.
Yeah. Lewis is a little more serious at the moment.
Now Morris in the Newman 5th, up high. Gets the 4, but not the 9.
Throwing the spin to win release. It's worked so well. She made a little move left.
Moore connects in the 5th. They've got 69 through 4 with that strike up. Morris takes care of the spare, so a pretty tight game 3 here with Newman working on a 2-0 lead so far in this championship match. Svela crosses over but can't take out the 9.
Savela now in the leadoff spot. She goes from 2 to 1. Young went from 4 to 2, and Fishbeck went from 1 to 4.
Okay. I'm glad you're following along.
For those of you scoring at home, yes. That's like a double switch +1 in baseball.
Riley Procus, who has held down the leadoff spot basically this whole tournament for
That's
Newman,
the shot.
kicks out the 10.
That's the shot she's been waiting for all match long.
Oh, yeah.
Looking to add to the single strike in the 6th here in the 7th frame.
Beautiful shot from Addison.
Lovely.
Schiffelbein.
You know what I'm starting to see now? 23 opening up like 24 had about an hour ago. Starting to open up. It's now...
Allison Young.
Well, Allison Young with a solid strike in the 7th. Ooh.
10 pin for Takuchi.
Savannah Jordan now up. 8th frame. Working on a strike.
And there's a spare. Newman's kept it clean through the first 8. They've got 147 in the 7th with that spare up. And a lead of 18.
And only one double. 3 strikes and 1 double.
Morgan Cooper connects with another great shot. You could see that roll, you know, just like you had seen with some of the other players, specifically Schiffelbein earlier in the game.
It opened up. It could not have opened up at a more opportune time. Now during the next game, let's see if Lewis can jump on that. Watch. Hopefully they've been watching all this.
Sure. Hensley Morris floats that one out to the right, and she'll have a 1-2-4-7 to deal with.
I thought she was due to make a move a little bit left, maybe a 2-2 or a 3-2 left. the scary thing, that first ball on 23, on 24, that comes back. She probably throws a light swisher.
Oh, and she missed it. So Lewis still has a chance here. It's 195. Lewis can strike out, make this spare and strike out for 197. Deolani Fishback. Nice shot at that spare. So it's 147 through 8 with the spare up. And Erica Lohr with a chance to take this game. She can double up in the 10th. A great break on that 9-pin heavy hit, but takes
the
it
junior from Sun Prairie defying what the lane is showing for everybody else. It's almost a floater. She's getting it just to the left portion of that now developing burn area, and she's throwing. It's essentially a rocket to the pocket, a slow rocket, but it's carrying. That's the important thing.
I've noticed she's made some subtle adjustments as we've gone through the weekend. Sometimes she's floated it out a little bit. Sometimes she's kept the angles a little straighter.
Yep.
But
now,
good job of figuring out what works.
This is the shot she has to have for the win, or at least a position for it. Got to have it.
Got it.
All right.
Another great break to get that double.
Great double. Now she needs 9.
9 or a strike's the winner.
8
a tie.
8 will be a half
Anything
point.
less,
Yeah.
And Newman's going to go up 3-0.
Yeah, she's had a smile about something, so that's definitely a good sign. Anything to loosen that way too much tension that develops.
She got that 11.
Oh no, 7. Ouch.
So Newman wins 195 to 194. Yeah, 195, 194. They're going to take a 3-0 lead. And be 1 win away from a championship. I'm surprised. Not that Newman has jumped out to this early lead, because I feel like they've done that in matches throughout the weekend.
Yes.
But I mean, she made great shots, got some good breaks, but they were in the, in the area that she needed to be. And that last shot just didn't do it, didn't execute. Kelsey Olson for Lewis starts out with a half pocket hit, leaves a 7.
Our scoreboard update up to the moment. Obviously Newman up 3-0. Valpo winning game 3 to get within 1. Upper Iowa leads Valpo 2-1. Quincy 2-0 up on Augustana. Elmhurst and Carroll 1-1.
And Olson flags that 7-pin to give Newman an early lead in game 4.
That's not what you like to see.
Up high for Addison Schiffelbein. She's left with the 4-pin. And a flat 10 for Allison Young.
Ooh,
Puts it
and they
to the left of the 4.
gave that one right back.
28 through 2 for Newman. And Lewis has a chance to take a 1-pin lead here with a spare. And Young takes it down. So 9 in the first with a spare up gives Lewis a 1-pin lead going into the 3rd.
Fishback, thankful for a strike. She'd been all over the pocket, but hadn't gotten them all to go.
There's a strike for Savannah Jordan, and Lewis still in business here. Morgan Cooper flushes the rack. So Lewis with Deolani Fishback in the 4th spot now. Needs a strike to keep pace. Kensley Morris. Well, got that one out to the right and didn't come back. Here's Erica Lohr.
Yep.
Short memory.
Yep.
And an open frame.
Well, that could be a turning.
Off a double.
That could be a pivotal turning point. You hate to throw one bad shot in the frame and then you have a second one.
Sure. Great shot.
Solid strike. Well,
Brokish knocks the 9 around and is just left with a 5.
well, here's Allison Young back on 23.
Young keeps the streak going for Lewis. It's 5 in a row.
Boy, 23 is the lane to be on now.
Yeah.
Lewis trying to make a match of this. Down 3-0.
No problem on the 5 for Prokish. But they've got some work to do to get back in this one. Here's Savannah Jordan. Nails it.
Did I mention I think the shot is opening up a little bit over there?
You did.
Just checking.
Addison Schiffelbein up through the face. A 3-6-10. But the story in this game is Lewis, and 7 in a row now with Deolani Fishbeck connecting in the 9th.
You love to see that snap in the dime, baby, right there. No ifs, ands, or buts. That dime was toast.
Now Lohr, who struck earlier in this game in the 5th, up now in the 10th for Lewis, working on 7 straight. Make it 8. As Carrie-Ann Takuchi gets a great break. Thank you for watching, freaks. With a peace sign. Really appreciate you checking out the championship match here at the 2023 Peacock Classic, as Erica Lohr for Lewis is going to give Morgan Cooper the right of way here. Lohr can hit 2 more.
The pressure's off for the moment, but you still have the adrenaline going, so you want to keep that going.
We got a possible 269 up there. That one went high. Leaves just a 6 pin, and she can get 258 with a spare there, and this one is all Lewis. So a 258 for Lewis, giving them their first win in this championship match, this best of 7 Baker format match. As Morris misses the 10, Newman ends up with 174, and we move on to game 5.
Well, Newman going back to the better lane at the moment as it's transitioning to be open for business. Let's see what happens.
Coach Murphy just off screen to the left, talking things over with his team as he sends Riley Prokish up to lead off game 5. Half pocket 10 pin for Prokish. Kelsey Olsen. It looks like Bolkish's ball kind of rolled up and just kind of lost energy at the end.
It did. I don't know if she threw it exactly the way she wanted to, but it could be that spot is really opening up much faster than 24 did yesterday.
Takes that plastic ball, goes cross lane, and covers that 10 pin. Olsen takes the 10 out, leaving them with 9 in the first and giving Newman an 11-pin lead.
Well, they did that last game too and had a spare, then disappeared. Got the ham turkey sandwich. No, that's 7 in a row. The ham turkey sandwich.
Schiffelbein up high on the 6-10. And Allison Young up high for a second consecutive split. There for Schiffelbein. I feel like one of the things she does really well is when she releases the shot, she's got a lot of balance. I mean,
oh, yeah.
She is locked in. And Young takes 2, so a 20-pin lead for Newman, who's already won 3 of the 4 games previous to this. And Takuchi connects in the third.
And when you're that solid at the line, that allows the arm swing to be nice and loose, and that's what creates different rolls and very productive rolls that the pins don't like because they fall down.
Change here. He's putting Kensley Morris in the 4th frame spot. And she reacts with a beautiful shot. And that means Morgan Cooper will take over in the
as anchor. We'll have a scoreboard update once we get after this shot. Because she's locked in.
Yep. She knew what was going to happen on that one. It's 3 straight for Newman, and they're rolling.
Looks like the Upper Iowa Valpo match is about to become 2-2 after 4. Quincy is up 3-1 on Augustana. Carroll 2-1 up on Elmhurst.
And a ringing 10-pin for Deolani Fishback. Lewis needs to start striking quickly.
Flat 10 last shot. Let's see what made. She moved in. She moved in and caught a bad break. She threw it very well.
Beautiful shot, and they
A
thought they were all
little bit slow, a pinch slow, because you notice the 4-pin, it just fell straight over. It wasn't catapulted into the 7.
Yeah.
But they're all loose and relaxed. 10 minutes ago, all the adrenaline was flowing for Lewis. Now it's not so much. Laura back up, the junior from Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. Coming up in the 5th frame, up on 2 spares. 37 in the 3rd. Throws a ripper.
Hits.
They're hanging on. They're hanging on.
All right, Krokish takes care of the 7. 117 through 5 with that spare up. And they're still up 20. If can make this a double here, it'll give them some new life.
She has struck a couple times over here on 24 already.
Crosses over a little bit high.
6 pin.
Schiffelbein just drills it.
Notice the banana shape as it entered the last 15 feet. It was just, it didn't roll out. If it did, it was at the 5 pin when it stopped hooking. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. So now that second place bowler can be their cheerleader again. Uh-oh.
High left form.
Uh-oh. She grabbed that one a little bit. 6-8. As Young almost gets the crumbler, gets 8 of them. Going for 1.
And she got one of the 2.
That's going to give them 165 in the 8th, maximum of 225. With a spare here. This is not the easiest thing either because it's easy to chop the 4 off the 8.
Oh, and she chopped it.
And I hated to call that, but now it's still a 50-pin
Kensley
deficit.
Morris up high, 3-6-10. You make this spare and you don't even need
Her right.
mark in the 10th. Need less than that.
Maybe not, yeah.
She missed it, so 174.
Well, Newman playing smart. They're finishing first. Granted, they had a 3-bagger. And I think that's it.
That's it, yeah. The best they can do is 163. Newman already at 174, and that means Newman University is our 2023 Peacock Classic champions. And I mean, they came in highly ranked.
Yep.
They, had the slow start on Friday, and the coach owned up to that. Coach Murphy owned up to
Right,
that.
right.
Made the appropriate changes for Saturday. Started winning matches, getting back into things, and by the end of Saturday, they were head and shoulders above the field.
Yep.
They come in today, they knock off Upper Iowa right off the bat, and in this format, you go straight to the championship match.
Correct.
They, waded through a match, came up started strong here in this championship. Shot out to a 3-0 lead. And in the end, they're going to walk away with the title.
And kudos to Lewis for not, for hanging in there, showing some Maple moxie, hanging tough, because you just never know.
Right.
You just never know.
Lore, had that 7 count at the end of game 3, and at that point, things really could have gone sideways.
Yeah.
Instead, what do? They put up 258 on.
But imagine if she had got 9 or strike. Now we're looking at 2-2 in a whole new match.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at the best of 3.
So with the split conversion, it's 183-161. Newman taking home the 2023 Peacock Classic here in Waterloo, Iowa.
And while Andrew going to get an informal, impromptu team picture of the victorious Jets of Newman University. Let's have a quick scoreboard update. Upper Iowa 3-1 over Valpo. And they're halfway through game number 5. Quincy 4-1 over Augustana to finish in 5th. And Carroll University 3-1 up on Elmhurst for the 7th place.
So certainly the Valparaiso Upper Iowa match still going on.
Yep.
It'll be a little bit of a wait.
Yep. Upper Iowa up 3-1. Although they're stumbling a little bit here in game number 5. But the Jets of Newman, very near us, changing out of their bowling shoes. Smiles around for everyone. And I'm guessing that means another chat with Coach.
I'm sorry?
That means another chat with Coach.
Let's hope. Let's hope he's got some time for us.
Yeah.
I would think at this point it's a pretty good bet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we went black for a minute there, but yeah, here we are. Newman University of Wichita, Kansas, your 2023 Peacock Classic champs. What did you see out of them today that kind of put them over the top?
They read the transition well. They made the adjustments when they need to, and they didn't rely on everything that they saw yesterday. They were able to jump on lane 23 as it transitioned like 24 did during the championship match. As 24 was wide open, 23 was the hang pair, or the hang lane, until they got on it and they opened it up. And that was allowing them, of course, and then Lewis got on it and shot that 250, that great game with the big string of strikes. But then they came back in the end and were able to finish the job.
Yeah,
And that shows why that they're a nationally ranked program
sure.
right now.
A tremendous 6-game match where we saw, Newman jump out to that big 3-0 lead. And, you figure they've got that momentum. It's really tough to come back to that, but, kudos to Lewis.
You may win one, possibly two, but to take it beyond that is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
In highly competitive sports. It's hard to do.
Right.
It has been done. Don't get me wrong, Red Sox fans. But my point is, when you're dealing with competitive juices, momentum, the changing playing environment, there's a lot of things. There's too many integers that have to fall just right for a 3-0 deficit to disappear.
Yeah, for sure.
But when it does, it's historic.
Yeah.
But kudos to Newman. They did very well. They should have a fun time the rest of the season. Heading into sectionals if they choose to do that. That could be a question for Coach Murphy when we get him over here.
Yeah.
Because some schools do. Some. I mean, I know McHenry does.
Oh yeah.
But they don't have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll see what's to come, but
A very well-rounded performance. We'll have to ask him about changing the 4th and the 5th place bowlers for the last game, just to change it up just a pinch. But we'll see.
It certainly worked in the middle of that last game and
Yeah.
gave them that
Oh,
push.
Yeah.
As they, went to the end there and took down Lewis 183 to 161. So we'll take a little break here and see if we can't get Coach Murphy rather, and we'll also have the awards presentation, the recognition for the all-tournament team, all-tournament MVP Kensley Morris from Newman, and a lot
Congratulations,
more
Coach.
when we come back.
Congratulations.
All right, so welcome back, Newman University, Wichita, Kansas, your 2023 Peacock Classic champs. We've got head coach Billy Murphy here. If we can get past the noise of the other match that's going on right now, tell us your reaction to what you saw.
I mean, we did a lot of the same that we did yesterday, quite honestly. I mean, there was just the shot making was pretty good. And the thing that I'm most proud about with the ladies is, like, we talk about all the time about how not letting one bad shot lead to a whole bunch. And we have struggled with that in the past. And the last 2 days, we were just really good about that. They'd make a bad shot and they'd rally instantly, and it shows in the scores. So it's a good day for Newman bowling.
Yeah. What did you tell the team as you're working your way through, that championship match? You go up 3-0 on what was really kind of a surprise to me. The Lewis anchor, Erica Lohr, getting a 7 count to lose that third game.
Not something you expect, that's for sure. But we, this year, have made a big, very intentional push in our mental game. And honestly, we don't talk about results. This game for us is about keeping as much mental stress out of our players' minds. And so we really don't talk a lot about results, about what's happened in front of us, whether we're up, 3-0 or 3-1, whatever that is. Our mindset is we really do. We're just going to take it one shot at a time and try to take care of what is in front of us. And so we just don't talk about results very much at all. We talk about that stuff in meetings afterwards, just how we could do things better. But I really never said one thing to him that whole championship match about where we were or any of that. It was more just about lane play, making moves, just getting them in the right place where they could just commit to good shot making.
Yeah. You made that switch with the 4 and 5 spot with Kensley and Morgan.
Yeah.
Tell us about the thought behind that and why you did it when you did.
Well, funny story there. Her hose ripped in the third game, and in the fourth game it was bothering her, so we sent her to the bathroom, take her hose off, and we just wanted to free up the mind a little bit, and, so she wasn't going into 10th frame worrying about all that. Just wanted to get her in a more comfortable space. So you never know what's going to happen when you're competing, so we'll be telling that story for a long time.
Yeah. As we go through the day, Mark mentioned it a few times, we saw lane 24 opening up, starting to open up, and then all of a sudden it looked like the opposite was true. Did you see it that way kind of later on? Yeah,
23 was way more playable. There was just hang on the right lane, and we were trying to get it to that spot, but we just played it a little bit tighter and just trying to roll a little earlier so it would read. But based on the scores, that the left lane was by far the more scoreable, and that's why we picked it to start on, just to make sure that we got off to a good start, and then the high seed gets a choice first game, 7th game. So we knew if it got to that point, we would still be on that left lane because it was just way more playable.
Yeah.
Which I thought yesterday was different because 24 seemed to be the more scoreable. 23 seemed to have a little bit of hang. Did you still see some of that during warm-up before the match?
Yeah, well, we actually came over here thinking that the left lane was going to be a little tighter, and we threw a couple shots in practice on the right lane, and we were like, hey, they're in reverse, because the right lane did have more hang on it. So again, that's what went into play when we chose what lane to start on, choosing the left lane.
And it looked like during that third game, 23 really opened up, and I think I looked at you and had a shocked look on my face. Yep. Did you have a similar reaction when all of a sudden the ball just started rolling through the spot and going through the pins like a house of bricks?
Oh yeah, I mean there was hold and hook, and as a bowler, that's all you're looking for, and it made the girls a little looser on that lane too. So, it was just some of these matches sometimes it really is just choosing the right lane, and we're fortunate to choose the right one.
We also talked about the mental game. After Game 2 and during Game 3, we could see here from our vantage point a lot of smiles and a lot of moving around in Lewis seem to be very tight and rigid. That goes back to the mental training that your team has gone through this year.
Yeah, most of the time you can't tell whether my team is up or down because we just want to have fun. I mean, the college bowling should be fun. I can't remember what game it was, but the girls were struggling a little bit. It was in the first match when we lost the first game, and we were up 3-0, we lose, and they were kind of a little down, and I was like, hey, what are we doing? And they're kind of looking at me. I'm like, hey, aren't we supposed to be having fun? And they all started laughing and kind of got their mind back right. But it's supposed to be fun. And most of the time with our girls, you cannot tell whether we're up or down because we're here to have a good time, enjoy each other. We're gonna love each other and support each other no matter what happens. So it's fun to watch.
Now, in your first year as NCAA, you're also eligible to bowl USBC sectionals. What's the plan for the team going forward?
Yeah, well, we're going to try to make postseason on both. We kind of worked our schedule. We have 8 NCAA events, and we're bowling 2 Tier 1 USBC sides. So we're going to try to qualify in both.
Well, it looks like based on this that you're taking the program to great strides, moving forward to get a good bid, to put yourself in a position to do well in both.
Yeah, we're growing. It's a very long season, but the girls are doing a great job, and we're positioning ourselves to make a little run towards postseason.
Well, congratulations again on a great win, and I'm sure you have another question or two for them.
I guess what do you do from here? How do you celebrate this?
We're gonna get back in the van, and we're gonna make a 7-hour trip down a snowy road. So, but I'm sure they're gonna be in a great mood. We're gonna get them some food, and I think there's gonna be a lot of laughter for about the first 2 hours. And they're going to be enjoying each other, and then I will be the only one awake for the last 5 hours. But yeah, we'll get home, and it's going to be. They're going to get a day off tomorrow, and then we right back at it next week. So we'll celebrate, we'll enjoy it, and then we'll get back to work.
Well, I was going to say congratulations to you and the ladies. A terrific performance, especially in these last 2 days.
Yeah, thank you.
And through, somewhat difficult circumstances, you powered through. So congratulations, Newman University, Wichita, Kansas, your tournament champions. We'll be back with some more, hopefully have a word with our all-tournament MVP and our awards presentation here, so stick around.
Thanks, guys.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Cadillac XBC lanes in Waterloo, Iowa, here with our all-tournament MVP, Kensley Morris. How does that sound?
I know, crazy.
You guys were in, a tough match with Lewis to take the championship. You get out to that big 3-0 lead. Tell me about what that was like and what what it was like for you and your teammates down in the settee.
I know, we were all, oh my gosh, like, I feel like I was so silent down there, and like by my last, my 10th frame, those 4 strikes, like all back to back, that last one I was shaking.
This is your first time at this event, and it's a relatively new event. Were there expectations when you come into something like this with a 9-team field and kind of a format that I'm assuming is a little different than you guys are used to?
Yeah, I would say we kind of had like high expectations, but at the same time, I was a little nervous for it because we had bowled on a pattern similar to what it is here, and I usually struggle on something shorter or even heavier as well, so I didn't know what to expect at all for myself personally, so completely blew my expectations out of the water.
Sure. Getting to the all-tournament team, it's all about a superior performance on Saturday. So you come in on Saturday, kind of walk me through what those traditional games were like for you.
On Saturday, again, I totally didn't know what to expect because that Friday before I was struggling personally. But after the first game, personally, I was telling my teammates, I'm like, oh, I haven't bowled this great in a while. And then it continued, and so felt great.
Yeah, I bet. Mark was noticing kind of the changes in the pair through the course of today, and we saw 24 kind of open up. But then, toward the end of the championship match, it was the opposite. 23 started opening up. What did you see, with your shots as the match went on?
Personally, as it went on, I feel like my game before, I was really just overthinking, everything that I was doing. And then after that, it just became, it almost felt like a breeze, just throwing my shots and just letting it do what it wanted to do. So, not forcing it.
Yeah.
It seemed like your ball roll read the lane yesterday and today very well. It's almost, I noticed it was almost a side to side. I equate it to, Mark Roth. I'm sure hopefully you've heard of him. He had quite that roll too, but that roll will actually get through the front of the lane as it dries out, but has enough of the back end not to overreact once it bumps off the dry. Is that your A game, or
That's usually how I try and throw it, at least. There's obviously times where
have you pretty much that's your favorite way of delivering it down the lane?
Yeah. Personally, I just really just kind of staying under it so it can just read through at the end, kind of. Yeah.
What we noticed as the transition was happening is 23 really opened up during the championship match, and 24 kind of had that row construction sign somewhere. What adjustments did you make? Because I saw you throw a couple shots outside 5 where they just fluttered and didn't even attempt to come back.
Yeah, I think at that point, that's when we just decided to move left and just really focus on not just trusting the ball and really not forcing it into anywhere on the lane. So,
because that third game where you struck out in the 10th, it looked like you were just nice and loose and easy. What is your thought process through that?
I'm going to be totally honest. My thought process through that is complete blank, just letting it work and not overthinking anything. So,
many of us in bowling who have been in and around the college game know that Wichita, which is your hometown, is famous for a college team. We don't often think of Newman just because Wichita State has had so much history, so much success. Tell me about how, tournament title stacking successes for your school, kind of feels, I guess, in being in that situation, in that sphere, I guess.
I mean, it definitely feels nice I feel like we're slowly, especially just now transitioning this year to NCAA, I feel like we're really improving at getting our name out there, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
It feels nice to slowly be seen as kind of even with WSU, so I'd say we've been doing a great job at that, I feel like.
Yeah. So, I asked, Coach, how you celebrate. It's a long ride back,
Yeah.
but what do you kind of envision happening from here? You get your hardware, and then it's off into the world, right?
Yeah. Well, we get back home and then immediately leave again for another tournament this upcoming weekend. So hopefully doing great for that. But for me personally, I am ready to sleep on that 9-hour ride back. I'm so ready.
Coach thought he'd be the only one awake after a couple hours.
Probably.
So, yeah, all right. Kensley Morris, your all-tournament MVP. I'm glad your teammates didn't make too many crazy faces back there. At least I'm hoping they didn't because my back was to them. But congratulations
Thank you.
on a terrific performance.
Can't see it, but these two threw some pretty good shots.
Yeah, they did amazing.
So looks like the ceremony's about to start. So we'll see you head up there, and congratulations.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
You
Well
bet.
done. Well done.
much. Hey. Butterball, yeah.
We'll be right back in a second with the awards ceremony here at the Peacock Classic.
To put this tournament together with the support of multiple people, including our president, President Duffy, who would have come here today to give out the awards. We have an alumni weekend going on for our wrestling as well as things for our basketball team. The general manager for Cadillac XBC, Mick Harp, Hack, Barth, I say it wrong every time. Without his support and without the support of the Amy's, who are owners of both the center and Maple Lanes, this tournament would not be possible. So if you could all please give a round of applause for him. This center, it won't be easier. It's one of the most smoothest running centers for where we go for NCAA women's bowling competition. We had few issues this weekend. Things were running on time, and it's because of him and his staff for doing what it takes to make sure we had a center to compete in. So thank you, Mick.
He made it really smooth for live streaming here too, in case you didn't notice.
Excellent. We'll have to thank him for that.
He has done a fantastic job taking care of our live stream. I hope will continue to come back years and years and years as we continue running this tournament and get it bigger and better. And then Mark London, who came in yesterday afternoon and then also today to help out with all of the fantastic color commentary. Please, please, please give them a round of applause because they have gotten so far.
I guess this means we have plans next January.
I guess so. Pencil me in.
Finally, my assistant coach, Steve Landry, who's standing next to me, he ran with the ladies this weekend, literally in more ways than one, while I was running the tournament. And I think he deserves more of the credit of how we did this weekend than I do. So ladies, you deserve to give him a round of applause.
Here, here.
Now, our men's team is here to hand out the award, our ATT, our all-tournament team, and our MVP. Okay, I'm gonna try to pronounce all the names correctly, and if I don't, I'm sorry. Okay. Finishing in 5th place with a 206 average from Valparaiso University, Lou Smith. I did it. This is her second year on ATT at the Peacock Classic.
We saw Lilu do a lot of the heavy lifting yesterday before that tremendous 11:45 game that they had.
Yes.
Unfortunately, only was in the 180s in that game, but what a tremendous effort for her for the second year in a row.
They might want to ask if she wants to bowl league here.
Finishing in 4th place with a 209 average from Lewis University, Erica Lohr.
We just saw Erica anchor the team in the championship match. Another tremendous bowler from the state of Wisconsin. Not that I'm biased.
No. The power of cheese.
That's right.
As we pan right and get a shot of the.
Hold on, I'm gonna walk over here because you can't hear me. I'm just gonna go over here and they can do it over there. 216.8 average from Elmhurst University, Lori Decker.
We saw Lori bowl in the first match today, but yesterday she was leading the field after the first 2-3 games, and lefty with a lot of speed, a lot of power. Really put on a great show.
Made them look real easy yesterday.
Finishing in
Well
second
deserved.
place with a 220.6 average from Newman University, Morgan Cooper.
Cooper and her teammate Kensley, who we just heard from, really were mainstays in that five-person all-tournament team
Averaging
all day.
a little bit more than a pin of her teammate with a 221.6 average from Newman University, Kinsley Morris.
And of course, Kensley Morris, who had some big games late yesterday to propel herself back into the lead and all-tournament MVP honors.
To the ATT of the 2023 Peacock Classic. There's an August event here. Oh, that's right. I already said we're hosting the PWBA Tour event in August, by the way, here in Waterloo. Yeah, we're excited about that. So maybe I'll see some of you at that tournament.
Hey, I've heard of that.
Did we mention that like I don't know,
times.
a dozen? I lost track after 14. Stay classy, Waterloo. They have hosted PBA regional play here. They've had state tournaments here. And a very few, I can count on one finger how many machine breakdowns.
Top 3 of the tournament from the 2023 Peacock Classic. And it's my honor to give the 3rd place award to my own team.
Upper Iowa, of course, the host team. They hosted the event last year, couldn't field a team, unfortunately, but came back with a vengeance this year, led it after day 1. A couple of tough matches with Newman University and Lewis today, but a fantastic 3rd place finish for the Peacocks.
Intestinal fortitude, that's what you saw out of them for a team that had never done that before. They were loud, they were enthusiastic. They never, ever gave up.
The runner-up for the 2023 Peacock Classic, our GLVC rival, Lewis University.
Lewis took down Upper Iowa in the semifinal match on the strength of a win 259-258 during that match. They came into the championship, unfortunately got down early to Newman, but certainly showed some fight in those latter games rather of the championship match.
Absolutely. It's a great squad. They bowled well together. They got along well together. They enjoy each other's company. Great team, and I can see them doing a few more things this season as well. They're not far from done.
Our tournament 2023 Peacock champions, Newman University. Congratulations, ladies. And Coach Murphy for a fantastic job this entire weekend.
As we heard from Coach Murphy, you know, they kind of did some soul searching after day one, but came back with an excellent game plan for Saturday and beyond. And they were the best team out there.
Absolutely. You know, and it's always said that you don't win the tournament on the first day, but you can lose it. So they got together. They didn't, you know, they weren't at the bottom half of the field. They didn't get down, as he explained throughout the interview a few moments ago. A new approach, a new mental approach. Don't get too down. Don't get too up. Just be loosey-goosey. And as he said in his words, you don't know how they're doing by looking at them. They could be up by 150. They could be down by 200. You can't tell. And that's certainly, you know, being an even keel, that helps in pressure situations.
Yeah.
And helps handle adversity. So they might be a dark horse team at nationals, both of them. That very well could be. So then for the national championship, in case they make the USBC, we might see two Murphys on the telecast on CBS Sportsnet.
Wouldn't that be something? As you see the top three teams getting their picture taken.
All right, that's a wrap for the 2023 Peacock Classic presented by Commission. We look forward to seeing you guys. I hope the same time, the same weekend. We hope. Thank you guys. Have a safe trip back home, and congratulations to every player competing this weekend.
Well, and that'll be a wrap for us too. For Mark London, I'm Andrew Pfeffer, Bowling with the Pfeff. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day, and we hope to see you again at the 2024 Peacock Classic next January. Have a great day.